growth. Our key focus like for these years and the coming years are the entrepreneurs across different fields, but also we are home to family offices, to corporate, to professional service providers, and also, of course, financial institutions, capital markets, asset management, VCs, and so on. Today, we would like to present a few opportunities that AGGM present to both investors and entrepreneurs. So we all know that investors today prefer prefer locations and regulations that present trust, transparency, and simplicity. However, we know that investability is a big challenge for MENA-based ventures. That's why a lot of offshore opportunities exist, but they are considered very complex, time-consuming, and very expensive. That's why AGGM present clear advantages for foreign investors. In addition to offering like options that are 100% foreign ownerships, we offer like a structured and strong legal platform that is based on common law. It's internationally recognized by a lot of investors from all over the world, and it's very relevant for both investment and exit options. We also offer like different range of legal vehicles, high flexibility, different classes of share. We are home to more than 170 advisors, lawyers, accountants that are here to help the community and leverage like their expertise to build and help the growth of our entrepreneurs and investors. We have our own IPO regime, private equity regime, and we have like strong regulations, very innovative, that we can propose new regulations that are in favor and help our entrepreneurs grow in the region. Like last year, we launched a lot of initiatives to support the entrepreneurship sector in Abu Dhabi. One of them is to access to finance. We understand that today one of the key challenges of entrepreneurs and ventures in the region is access to finance. That's why AGGM is constantly building the ecosystem of investors, VCs, private equity firms, angel investors, family offices. Now they are interested to invest in startups nowadays. And these through strong regulations, but also we are building our own like track records of VCs in the region. In addition to that, we have launched last September, like it's our anniversary this month, the Tech Startup License. It's a license targeting technology-driven startups. It's $700, the cost of the license, without the need to have a physical office space. And it allows you like to be fully operational from like Abu Dhabi Global Market. You can recruit, you can proceed with all the activities that your business and your startup like is allowed to do within our regulations. We also help our entrepreneurs by providing a support program. This support program is targeting a lot of areas and needs that entrepreneurs need today. It's across different fields, like we have legal, we have accounting, advisory services, business modeling, and so on. We offer a lot of workshops, mentorship sessions, and trainings to our entrepreneurs. All of this, of course, is free of charge to help them gain the needed capabilities and grow their business from and within Abu Dhabi market. We also like work closely with strong partners like Ghadan 21. I'm sure that all of you have heard about Ghadan 21 and the 50 billion stimulus package that is offered like through more than 50 initiatives in the entrepreneurship field across 4 different pillars: economic, social, livability, and economic, social, livability, and growth. We also like work closely with ADIO, Abu Dhabi Investment Office, who is the execution engine of Ghadan 21, especially across 2 pillars, which are the economic and the knowledge. Abu Dhabi Investment Office today is channeling investment to Abu Dhabi through private investments, and they have more than 5 initiatives focusing on attracting investment to Abu Dhabi. One of them is the Startup Fund Matching program. The second is research and development focus, the ecotourism, and they have also a focus attracting new fund managers to the regions. We are also the home of Hub 71, which is the tech hub of Abu Dhabi, led by Mubadala, but also in collaboration with Abu Dhabi Global Market. This tech hub is now home to more than 50 tech startups from all over the world, from Europe, from Asia, from US, and other regions. These entrepreneurs are having great ideas, and through Hub 71, they have access to finance, thanks to Mubadala's network of VCs, angel investors, and also like Abu Dhabi Global Market, financial institutions that are part of the program. They also have like access to our enabling platform, which is ADGM, and the different benefits I spoke about previously. But in addition to that, they have the opportunity to have access to global markets through a big network of corporates that are based elsewhere in the world, so they can expand the growth of their businesses from and within Abu Dhabi. Please, my colleague Martin and I, we are available if you have any questions on how we can support. We will be more than happy to answer your questions, please.
Thank you, Amal and Martin. And now we move to the next session, getting funded. Learn from the expert about financing conditions, landscaping for startup. I think this is a very important topic for most of our participants. This is going to be moderated or speak by Ashar Siddiqui, former managing partner at 500 startups. Sorry.
No worries. So, yeah, should we move over to the... Yeah. Great. This is, yeah, I walk around a lot. Thank you so much. So,
yes, they will put them.
Awesome. I think, yeah, I walk around a lot, yeah. Do you mind if I just leave this here? Okay, thank you so much. Sure. Is this a clicker? Okay, awesome. Thanks.
I just have a question. You're doing the next one as well, yeah?
Yeah, so I'm doing two in a row.
All right. So you'll come down and introduce the next one, or you wanna? How do you wanna do it?
I think I can just stick because you don't need to.
Makes sense to like instead of going down.
Yeah, exactly.
No problem.
So we'll keep it seamless. Thanks. So we're good, huh? Just gonna have a quick squiz if I can. This to go forward, that to go back, is that? To go and this thing is nothing. Just be another back. Okay, pretty easy.
Yeah, it should just be another minute. They're just transferring it over to the computer.
No worries.
Awesome.
Thanks. We're just having some technical issues. It was a joke. So how many founders in this room? Okay, good. Mostly founders, because it's meant to be for founders. Okay, cool. Awesome. So while we wait, what stages are you guys at? Are you still at the idea stage, or have you sort of, who's at an idea stage right now? And who's sort of evolved to building a full product? Okay, good. And what about funding? What stages are you guys at in terms of fundraising? Have you already had some initial seed funding? Raise your hand, whoever's raised seed funding. Awesome. And who's bootstrapped so far? Okay, cool, good. Good to go? Okay. Great, so I'm going to do 2 sessions back to back. The first session is meant to be interactive. So it's meant to be, the slides are there to really bring out questions from you guys so that I can make this as helpful as possible to help you understand the landscape. And the second one is where I'll run through and then we can have a Q&A at the end. So first session is getting funded, right? So this is meant to be the interactive session. The agenda is, first we're going to talk about my favorite topic, me, and then we'll spend maybe 5 or 10 minutes talking about how we can help you get funded. And then we'll go to Q&A. So myself, I've got about 20 years of experience in M&A, venture capital, corporate venture capital. I was at Etisalat. I was head of M&A at Etisalat. That's when I started in this part of the world. And then from Etisalat, I moved to 500 Startups in San Francisco, where I became a managing partner of the firm, part of the global leadership team. And then I recently moved back to Dubai. I'm working with ADFG and a couple of other people in this part of the world. Before that, I was a software engineer. I started out as a software engineer, and I started working with clients and realized that instead of building software for them, I could actually just very effectively build software that could be sold to them as a service as opposed to building and giving the software out. That was sort of early days of SaaS. I was joking about talking about myself. I'll move on very swiftly. But the point that I'm making is that I have been an entrepreneur, a founder, a long time ago in the early 90s. Mid-90s to early 2000s. I was a founder, and then from a founder, I became an angel investor, and then a VC, and then corporate investor, and now back to being a VC. So I'll tell you, I'll quickly run through a couple of slides. I'll talk about the state of venture capital. So the landscape of globally, so this is a slide, this is an old slide, but over the last several years, we've seen that VC dollars or venture dollars are coming into the industry. So there's more and more capital coming in and flowing into the venture ecosystem and funding startups. So that's happening on a global level. We see tons of unicorns coming from different parts of the world. What's interesting is as of 2017 or 18, for the first time in the history of tech ventures, 50% of unicorns globally were outside the US. And that trend continues to grow. Now, granted, 26% of that 50% is China, but there's 25% for the rest of us. So, exciting times. And that is one of the reasons why a lot of capital is flowing in because, well, there's many reasons, and we'll get to that in my next session. But what about the MENA region? So, people think of the MENA, people don't really understand the MENA region very well, and people don't really understand. There's this, if you come from the outside and you come to the MENA region, you think there's a lot of capital here. There should be the street should be paved with gold, and there's tons of capital, and you just come here and boom, you get funded. Well, it's not as simple as that, but there is a lot of capital. Unfortunately, it's not organized in a way that's efficient for startups. Having said that, there's still plenty of capital available for startups if you know where to go and where to look for, and that is the purpose of this session, the first session that we have. So, so I did some research. So according to Magnet, which is a startup that collects data on the venture ecosystem in this part of the world, So according to Magnet, they looked at from 15 to 2019 so far, and they see that there's a growing amount of venture dollars flowing into the ecosystem, into the MENA region, right? And it's distributed across many different countries. If you look at the UAE, UAE may be a small country, but it accounts for 30% of global venture dollars. Another report by Magnet, which showed the types of investors breaking down, the capital from 14 to 2017, and this is available online, guys. So feel free to take pictures, but this is all available for free online. The point that I'm making here is that if you don't know this, you're being lazy and you haven't done your research, because it's available and it took me 15 minutes to get this stuff. So do your research, and you will find that there are many different types of investors. There are accelerators, angel groups. There's Wamina, which is like female-focused founders, women angel investors who are interested in investing in female founders. There's Dubai Angels, Venture Souk, et cetera, et cetera. There's government agencies, DTech, Dubai Silicon Oasis, for example, in Dubai is very active investor, 2454. You've got other investors, you've got VCs, you've got 500 startups, Biko Capital, et cetera, and then you've got corporate VCs as well. So there's plenty of capital available for startups, but there's different types of investors that are looking for different types of things, different stages, and so you need to do the research, and the research is you can do the research online, and it's available, and you can figure out what type of investors exist and what type of investors are looking for backing the types of businesses that you're starting or looking to do. Another landscape of the VC funding landscape in the MENA region done by Beko Capital. I like this and I don't like this. I like this because it's pretty comprehensive, because it's like a periodic table of a lot of different investors. What I don't like about it is it's very difficult to read. So it's like, I'm old, and so like I have to focus and figure out what these things mean. But this is a very useful resource. The point that I'm making is there's plenty of information available that you have that you need to research to get to figure out how to start to get funding. Again, another map. This is more of a recent map. So this is just showing in terms of the number of the most active investors in the MENA region. So, Flat 6 Labs and 500 startups there, the most active VCs in the region. And then, of course, plenty of other VCs out there, who's active, who's not active. So there's a lot of information there about that. Rank in terms of, this year alone. And this chart here is available for every year since for the last couple of years. So you can see who's still active, who's out there on stage talking but doesn't have any money. So it's very easy to figure out who's talking without money and who has money and is active, because this matters, right? So, but anyway, so that was just setting the scene for there's plenty of capital available. But the purpose of this session is not to show you that, because that is information that you could get yourself. The point is to figure out where should you go for funding and what you should be thinking about when you go out there looking for funding. So depends on several factors, right? Depends on the type of startup you are and the stage that you're at. So if you noticed earlier on while we were waiting for the presentation to load, I asked what stage you guys are at and what type of startup you were. So there's a couple of things that matter. So there's a lot of factors that go into how you go about getting funding, and also who you go to for funding. So that matters a lot. And I'm hoping that at some point, in the next couple of slides, we'll start to get to interact in an interactive session, because this is meant to be Q&A where you guys will ask me questions and I can sort of help you figure out for yourselves where you should be going. Before I do that, I'll talk about the startup deal flow funnel. Okay, so I think it's fairly evident. So it starts with people, right, with talent, somebody who has an idea, has discovered a problem, and they want to solve that problem, and that's kind of where it starts. And then you kind of bootstrap your way, which is basically, you know, credit cards. And then you sort of go to friends and family, your parents, your aunt, uncle, whoever's got extra cash, or you just raid their wallet. And then eventually you go to sort of professional investors, professional angels. So now, when I talk about angels, so there's a misconception about which angel investors are. There are people and groups that call themselves angel investors, or there are people who think that they just got money from an angel investor. So, for example, if you go to your mom or your dad, that is not an angel investor. That is just an investor. That's friends and family, right? Or FFF, friends, families, and fools. But you know, so people who are just gonna do it for the relationship because they support you, they believe in you, and so that's cool. And that's sort of like early throwing money at to help you figure out, to validate whether you've got something or not, right? But angel investors are actually professional investors. And oh, by the way, you will come across people who will say they're angel investors or angel groups or angel organizations, and then they'll say, oh, we charge you for helping you fundraise, and so they're not giving you any money. Those are not angels. Those are, I can't say the word, but they are sharks, they're leeches, they're not angel groups, they're not angel investors. Because anybody who charges you, an angel investor is somebody who is aligned, there's an alignment of interest. They're actually gonna put money out of their own pocket and give it to you, and help you obviously fundraise as well, but help you grow. So angel investors are typically like organized as groups or individuals who are professional investors. Semi-professional investors who are basically giving you money and then help and support access. If you come across groups who are saying, we'll charge you a percentage, if we help you raise, then we'll take 5% of your company, or we'll charge you for pitching and stuff like that, those are not angel groups. Yeah, so anyway, so the ones that sort of grow from angel to seed, so the funnel, as you see, the funnel's sort of like thinning out. So 90% of startups sort of fail around here, right? They disappear. And then the ones that actually survive and get to sort of seed stage, at seed stage is when you've actually built a product, you have early traction. What do I mean by early traction? You've got some customers. They may not be paying you. Ideally, they should be paying you, but they may not be paying you. You might have a pilot or a proof of concept or something, but at least you have early signs of traction, early signs of product market fit. So that's sort of seed stage. So you've built a fully functional product and you have early traction. This is where the more professional, organized investors typically come in. So some angel investors will sort of come in at this stage as well, but then some VCs, early stage VCs will come in here. 70% of these guys fail to get to this stage. 50% of Series A people tend to graduate to Series B, and 50% of that to Series C. What I'm trying to say is that loss ratios, there's high risk, so loss ratios. So don't feel bad for when you get rejected, because if you're thinking from an investor's perspective, they have a finite amount of capital. They may have a ton of cash, but they still have a finite amount of capital to deploy into startups, and they can only pick a few. So they have a lot weighing on that decision. And so when you take rejection, you want to use that as an opportunity to get feedback so that you understand why they're making that decision. Maybe it's because you're an ed tech startup and they're not interested in education. Okay, cool, that's fine. That's your bad because you should have known that beforehand. But if they're not making the investment because they have some concerns, that's good, because then that can inform you about what you're doing or what you're missing so that you can maybe refine your business model or approach it in a different way. And so that's a super important sort of feedback loop that you need to go into. So, but anyway, that's the funnel. And if you get super, super, super lucky and there's a lot of hard work, sorry, if your investors get super lucky and you do a lot of hard work, then maybe one day, unicorn. In terms of the stakeholders, so I think I touched upon this earlier with with the earlier slides, with Magnet showing some of the different types of investors there are. So when you look at the stakeholders in the ecosystem of venture investors, so you look at you've got corporates, you got fund LPs. LPs are limited partners. These are people that invest into funds. There are VCs. These are the guys who take money from these guys. There's angel investors, and then there's startups, right? But these are not disparate groups. These are actually all one. So somebody may work at a corporate, and they may be, you know, like a VP of marketing, or the lady from ADGM, for example. She could be, you know, like working at this corporate, but she could also be an angel investor. She could, you know, it takes, so, you know, over time, as you, I don't know if you know this, but you probably should, you know, over time, the cost of funding requirements have come down because the cost of starting a startup has gone down significantly. So now, on average, to build a product and launch it, it costs around $50,000 on average, right? So it depends on different types of things that you're doing, but 50,000. What that means is, if you can get 5 or 10 people to give you $5,000 to $10,000 each, so that's fairly, you know, lots of people working in corporates or government entities or whatever could take a piece of their savings, and so it's not very difficult. So corporates are a fantastic source of angel investors, right? Because angel investors, these are professional people, have a day job, and they have a network, and then they can help you a lot, right? But actually, interestingly enough, corporates also are a source of startups. Because I worked at a corporate for 10 years, there were a lot of problems that I faced in terms of process issues or all sorts of other issues that I faced being in a corporate. And I always felt like somebody would solve this problem or that problem. 10 years later, nobody solved that problem. You know? So then I left and I tried to solve that problem. I was terrible at it, but, you know, but the point is that a lot of people leave corporates and start startups. Raise your hand if you're below 30. Okay. Raise your hand if you're 30 to 40. Okay. Great. So you guys are young, which is great. You've got a lot of energy. So what's interesting is that, you know, while you hear a lot about Facebook and all these young millennial startups, and that's cool, you know, like a lot of risk takers, statistically, people who are in their actually 40s or mid-30s to mid-40s, I'm biased as well because I'm sort of in that range, but you know, tend to be better founders because they have more experience. So you know, you can go from university straight out into a startup, and fantastic, you know. But you know, remember, 90% of startups fail. But what's interesting is that people who have business experience, work experience, when they go out into the market because they've had a lot of experience, they tend to perform better and survive. So I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. There's I mean, Mark Zuckerberg is an example of somebody, and several other college dropouts. Some of the biggest companies in the world were started by college dropouts who did not have any experience. So obviously, you know, there are companies that can go big from with a little experience, as long as you're, you know, right in the right gap. But what I'm saying is that statistically, when you look at the volume of people that go out there and become founders, the ones that succeed tend to be people who are either experienced or who have partnered with people who have experience. I mean, so Google, for example, they were very inexperienced, but then they brought in Eric Schmidt, which was like a manager, a senior executive, who helped them to grow the business to the next level. So anyway, I digress, but the point is that, you know, there's many different things here. So corporates will, you know, become fund LPs and invest in VCs. They will actually have their own corporate VC. So what I'm trying to say is that the startup ecosystem, when you look at it from the outside, you think the startup ecosystem is this special club that is inaccessible. And the reality is it's not. It's just like everybody around could be, you know, doing many different things. And a lot of people have different interests. So, you know, you have to network, and you will find a lot of different resources within your existing network in these buckets. So you don't necessarily have to go to a VC. So, not sure what happened here. Could you flip to the next slide? So my thing's not working, my clicker. Okay. So this is kind of like the VC funding landscape. So, as I said, you can start with friends, families, and fools. So that's easy money. The reason why it's green is because it's relatively easy money. You could also go to the bank, and you could use your credit card, like I did, or you could go and get yourself a loan, right? Actually, that's a pretty good way to start. If I were, and this may sound counterintuitive because I'm an investor, but if I had the opportunity to not take any money from anybody else besides friends and family and banks, that would be the best outcome for me. Because giving away equity in your startup at an early stage is a terrible idea. Unfortunately, you don't have much of a choice if you need the capital to grow and if you need the network to grow. But if you can scale, and there's plenty of companies that have started just bootstrap their way and launched and never raised any venture dollars or raised very little money. There's a company that I know that I invested in LA. They raised a couple $100,000 at seed stage. Today, they are at a $100 million revenue run rate. They've never raised any money after that. And so obviously what that means is that the founders own most of the company. There's a big company now. Obviously they may look for, so there's plenty of companies out there like that. So ideally you want to be there, right? So, and then there's government agencies. I love government agencies. Most people tend to avoid government agencies. I think this is the best place to go. Why? Because government agencies tend not to, so government agencies, there's different types, right? So there's like the investment that you can get from Audio, for example, who will probably show up on your cap table. But before you go and you give up equity, which is expensive, right? So before you give up equity, try to get cheap money. What I mean by cheap money is government grants. So for example, I was mentoring some startups that are in the agri-tech space or in space. So the UAE Space Agency has this program that they're working on. So these space startups, they got funding, which was grant money, which is like free money because they give you money and you don't have to give any shares away. So that's awesome. So I would actually go to government agencies and see if you can get some grant money to get you to the next level. And then of course there's universities. Universities have a lot of programs, maybe not always cash, but in kind. And in kind can be useful. So sometimes, for example, you'll need cash because then you'll need to get a server. Well, if you can get a grant and you can get some server space in AWS or Microsoft or Google Cloud or whatever, then it's the same thing, right? So the point is there's many ways to reduce the amount of capital that you need from alternative funding sources. And the reason why that's important is because the less you raise at an early stage, the better you are. Let's do a little bit of math. So let's just say you built your product and, I'm just going to throw numbers out there. $2 million, $3 million valuation, right? This is a crazy number, but okay, $2-3 million valuation for your startup. It's super early stage. If you raise $500,000, you're giving up anywhere between 15 to 25% of your company, right? That's pretty stupid at early stage to be doing that. So you don't want to be doing that. So if you can reduce the amount of capital, cash that you need to give up to make space on your investor list, then the better. And then, of course, you go from here. So this is sort of relatively easy, straightforward money. It's not very disciplined, but it's easy money. And there's nothing wrong with going after easy money. I think the smart people tend to go for easy money because it's available. So I would do that. And then you start going into like what I call the ambers here. The angel investors, the family offices, angel groups. And once you've exhausted a lot of that, then you start going to like incubator accelerators. That also only if you need it. If you're a first-time founder, an accelerator, an incubator can be super useful. If you're a serial founder, then maybe that's not so useful, right? And then the super hard money, because these are people, VC funds, private equity funds, and corporates and CVCs, these people are investing other people's money. So these are fund managers or people who are working for other people who are investing other people's money. And when I say other people's money, what that means is that comes with a lot of responsibilities. So these people are super hard to get capital out of, right? So you need to be awesome to be able to get money from them. And I'm not saying, you know, just if you don't get money, you're not awesome, but, you know, it's very hard to get money from these guys. If I look at, you know, if I overlay the funnel with this landscape, you'll see that, you know, family offices tend to start as early as angel and go as late as, you know, unicorn. So especially in this part of the world, family offices are investing in all over the place. I've seen family offices in Abu Dhabi invest at the PowerPoint stage. I have an idea. Some random guy comes with a PowerPoint and they give him money, to all the way to, you know, investing pre-IPO or even like in Facebook or whatever. And then all of this. So guys, I'd like to make this interactive. Any questions that I can help you guys with to help us understand, you know, what have you done so far maybe, and what can I help you with in terms of figuring out the landscape? And okay, the takeaways we'll get to in a bit. Or actually, I'll just go through the key takeaways and then I'll take questions. Sure, go ahead. Oh, so we'll get to the, so that's a great question. In terms of, so the question was, what type of presentations do you have to have at different stages? So that is actually very good. That is the next topic, which is when I'm going to talk about how to pitch to investors, how to go out there and grab money. So and that is where I'll cover, you know, that. But here, what I want to do is, before we get to pitching to investors, I want you to understand what the landscape looks like, who you should be pitching to. So what a lot of people don't understand is that it's not good enough to have a fancy PowerPoint presentation and go and pitch. It's like you need to do a lot of homework and research, and that is why this session comes before the next session, which is you have to do your research. You have to understand who you're pitching for. There's a lot more intelligence involved. The startup founders that raise capital successfully do it. Everyone takes hundreds of meetings, and you have to take hundreds and hundreds of meetings to raise capital. This is the reality of the situation. But the ones that are successful in raising are not necessarily always the best. The ones that are successful in raising are the ones who do the hard work, do the research, understand who they're pitching for, and prepare for that. Prepare for that pitch, for that capital raise. So, okay, I'll give you a couple of key takeaways, and then hopefully we'll get this to be a little bit more interactive. But you have to understand the stage of your startup. So why did I show you all of these slides, right, that matter to investors and not to you? Because it matters to you. Because if you don't understand what the investor's viewpoint is, then you can't pitch effectively, right? You can't raise capital. So you have to understand the stage of your startup. Why? There are investors that are very open to taking risks. So you remember when I showed you, like, the companies at early stage 90% of them tend to fail. So if you have an investor that is comfortable with the risk, or is your dad, then that's cool. But if they're not comfortable with risk, then no point wasting their time in going to pitch them. But you should still go to them and try to get their help. Understand the type of investor your business is most suited for. So there's always this this desire to raise capital from a VC. VCs are terrible people. I can tell you, I am a VC, and I am another bad word, right? So I'm a terrible person. I will exploit you. I will invest in you, yes, but I will also take a very take a very good deal. I will get a good deal, right? So you don't necessarily want or even need a VC investor. Why? Let me explain the way I think. The way I think, I need you to be, if I give you $1 million, I need to see that you have the potential to convert that million into 50 million. So I need to see a 50x outcome. Now, it may or may not happen. I'm comfortable with the risk that you may go to zero, but I need to invest in 10 or 15 companies that where I believe that any one of these guys could give me a 50x outcome or a 100x outcome. And I need that because the loss ratios are high. Most of these startups will fail. But I need to take that risk. So I'm taking that risk. But at the same time, then what that means is that I need you to grow. I need you to grow. I need you to take capital. Some of the best businesses that I've come across haven't taken VC dollars. They bootstrap. They raise from friends and family. They take bank loans. And they grow. They have a profitable business. There's some great businesses, and VCs have a term for them. They're called lifestyle businesses. This sounds like a bad word, like lifestyle business. Actually, lifestyle businesses make 10 to 20 to 30 to $50 million in revenue, which is a lot. They'll churn out anywhere between $5 to $15 million in net profit, which is dividends, on an annual basis. These are some of the companies examples that I'm giving you of companies that I know. That's a pretty good business. But for a VC, that's a shitty business. And the reason why is because it's not growing. And so, a lot of good businesses, because of VC investors, die because VCs need you to grow, grow, grow. And when you're growing, you have to burn, you have to raise more capital. So you have to understand, if you think that your business could scale and grow to that level, fantastic. Go to a VC because the VC will help you to grow. But sometimes you're just starting something that's going to be a great business, that's going to solve a problem for a lot of your customers. It's going to create a great livelihood and create a lot of jobs, but it's not going to be a growth business. So VC may not always be the best investor for you. Sometimes a family office or corporate can be a much better partner for you. Or, as I said, banks. Consider the most suitable type of funding for your business, right? So that's what I was talking about. What is the most suitable type of funding for you? What type of business are you? Are you this tech business that is going to take a little bit of our capital and grow with that? So what are VCs looking for? VCs are looking for capital efficient businesses. And I know that it's very confusing because there's a lot of stupid VCs making stupid investments in stupid companies. Which are not capital efficient. So that confuses people. People who are outside the industry, they look at that, they're like, well, that's not a very capital efficient business. Well, it shouldn't necessarily be a VC business, but not everybody is smart, or not everybody is doing the right things. A lot of VCs are stupid. Most VCs are stupid, because most VCs, what they'll do is they'll pick one smart VC, and whatever deal he or she is investing in, all the other VCs are going to try to cram their way into that deal. Because most people are just lazy and stupid. So the smart ones are the ones, they're the ones who are investing. And when they're thinking about investing in companies, they're thinking of capital efficient. What that means is that I will give you $1 million and you will never need any more money from me, but you'll make me a ton of cash or a ton of money because you're going to grow to becoming a massive company. So that's kind of like the mindset of a VC. Having said that, a VC is not someone you always need. There's so many other sources of capital that you have. And then, of course, do you actually need to raise any capital? So many startups that I've come across, several years ago, I came across a lot of startups, and they took this, when I provided some mentorship to them, they were like, they felt like I was rejecting them because I was telling them, don't raise capital. 3-4 years later, they haven't raised any capital, and they're like, oh, Asher, now we understand what you were talking about. We never needed to raise any capital because everything we had just required a little bit of extra effort, a little bit of, networking and going to different sources of capital, getting free money, getting discounts and whatever, and they figured something out, and they actually launched their product, and they started to get customers. And then when they went out and started to raise capital, they were raising capital for different reasons, for strategic reasons. They were raising capital because they wanted to get access to the support that investor provided, as opposed to needing their capital. So the point that I'm making is that you don't want to go to an investor for their money. You want to go to the investor when they can give you more than money. Sorry, that excludes friends and family and banks, of course, because they can help, but ultimately it's easy money. And then the other point is, do your research and be prepared. Every time I raised capital from an investor, I would, and don't repeat this, don't tell anybody that I told you this, but what you should be doing is stalking them online. And by the way, this is illegal, so don't do it for other reasons, but when it comes to for raising capital, stalk them. I'm a creepy person online, right? So when I creepily stalk investors and I find out like, like different things. So like I find out that, they have kids that are like similar age to mine. Maybe they go to the same school. So that's something, ultimately investors are looking for a personal connection, right? So, you find that out. Or, my wife is German. So I find out, is there a German connection or whatever. But you stalk them online, you figure out stuff, you go to LinkedIn. This is not stalking, this is just like random stuff, but like you go to LinkedIn, you see, okay, oh, you worked at the same company a long time ago. It didn't overlap, but you know common people. The point is you have to do your research. You have to talk to other investors. So other startups that have raised capital from like a VC or an investor, talk to them. People who have raised capital from an investor are happy to talk about their experiences. And then you'll find out that this person is a horrible person, or this person was actually super helpful. That is useful information. And the startup community, what I love about being in this ecosystem is that the startup community is it's not transactional. When you come across people who are transactional, then you're talking to the wrong people. When you come across the when you really come into the startup community, you find that actually people have this pay it forward mentality. They'll help you out because it doesn't cost them anything. It costs them a little bit of air, a little bit of time, which is precious, and maybe, a coffee. But the startup community is super helpful, so you can talk to other founders, do your research, be prepared for that investor meeting. So when I go into a meeting, I'm meeting that person for the first time, and I'm like, hey, great to meet you, but I know so much creepy stuff about her because I'm a creepy person. But that is what you need to do. You need to talk to people, understand them, so that you can make that more effective. And then if you know that that person is not the investor who invests in education tech, then you go and you talk to them, tell them about what you're doing, but then sort of move on to like, hey, do you think you could help me? Anyway, I'm not sure how we're doing on time. So we have some time for questions before we move on to the next stage. You guys have been super quiet. Please. Yeah, so ask me, like, what do you mean?
Have you done an exit before? Have you been through the process? What it takes to get to an exit?
So, I mean, exits take a long time. So in the late 90s, it would take on average 5 years for a company from inception, no, not 5, 6, 7 years, from inception to maybe get to a point where it might be exit potential. Now, because there's so much capital available in the startup ecosystem, companies tend to choose to stay private longer because there's so much capital available. So companies tend to not, so investors tend not to see exits for 12 years, sometimes 15 years, as long as 15 years. So Twilio, for example, a company that we invested in 500 at a super early stage, it took us 12 years for that company to go to IPO. So we had to wait 12 years. And that is a problem for VCs because VCs raise money for 10 years and then they have to return the capital. And then if you're sitting on 10 years later, if you're sitting on a company that is $1 billion unicorn, but that's just a paper thing and you can't get your money out, then that's a problem for VCs, right? Very good. In this part of the world, you're talking. Okay, so you're talking about the MENA region exits. So, okay, so the MENA ecosystem is super early stage. It's nascent, right? So the most advanced, most developed ecosystem is Silicon Valley, and then you can say China, and parts of Europe. So actually, even Europe is early stage when it comes to like the ecosystems are relatively early stage. So the MENA region is actually super early stage. It's a very early nascent ecosystem. So it's very hard for you to be able to see many exits coming. But what are exits, right? So people think an exit is an IPO. Actually, no. most exits, about 70% of exits, actually happen through M&A. M&A, merger and acquisition, so acquisition. So typically, corporates will buy companies, and that is typically where you find exits. So in the MENA region, it's early days. But what's interesting at this point in time, this is probably one of the best times to be an investor in the MENA region and to be a founder in the MENA region. And I say that from experience because before I joined Etisalat, I spent 2 years in Abu Dhabi with $26 million of cash, and I couldn't write a single check because the people that wanted my money, I wouldn't give them my hand, and the people that I wanted to give money to wouldn't take my money because it was in a super early stage ecosystem. And so I've learned from experience that, you know, this part of the world, there's not a lot of exits available. So obviously, investors are very cautious, but that is changing now. So fast forward 12 years, there's a lot more capital available, not just here in the UAE, but also in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Egypt. So there's so many countries in the region that are now thinking about investing into startups, or the governments that are thinking of supporting this ecosystem. So I think that is having an effect. So there's more and more corporate VCs that are out there engaging. So when you look at, you know, a lot of the corporates in the UAE, for example, they all have now some programs, some pilots that they're doing to partner with or work with startups. Please. So the question is, at which stage do you how do you approach investors? So there's many ways to approach investors, any way you can. I don't recommend cold emails or cold calls, but interesting enough, sometimes it works. You just never know, you know. It's send a bunch of emails, somebody may actually respond. But that is not the most effective way, but it is something that you should do anyway. It's like the shotgun approach, right? But then use your network, talk to people. I've had creepy conversations, initially creepy conversations, where I'm in a coffee shop, and then you know, somebody will like look at me for like 10 minutes, and like I'll feel like, you know, self-conscious, and I'll be like, I will be with my daughter, and I'm like, okay, there's some creepoid over there, and then eventually they'll come and they'll talk to me, and they'll like, you know, apologize for being creepy, and then they'll tell me they're a startup, and they recognize me. It's like, oh, shoot. And then, but you know what? Interesting. So random stuff. You have to be confident. You have to go network. Lots of people approach me not directly, but indirectly, where they say, hey, you know, I see that you know this guy or this girl. Can you introduce me? Can you tell me something about her or him? And so, you know, so you kind of need to go all out. You have to have your pitch deck ready. You have to have your pitch ready. Actually, that question is relevant for the next session, so I'll answer it then. Any other questions? Because I think I would like to spend more time on how to pitch. That is kind of like my favorite topic. Any, we're good? Okay. Oh, that was my final. Research, practice, prepare. Every single meeting, all the time. Your pitch is not a static pitch. It's dynamic, it's changing, evolving, and it's being customized all the time. Where are we going? Oh, I'm going backwards. Okay, so the next one is ready. Pitching for capital. Okay. So, so the good news from the previous session is we saved a couple of minutes because I won't be talking about myself now again. So, pitching to investors. So this is something, so there's like 10 essential areas that you need to cover when you're pitching to investors. Has anybody heard of Dave McClure? He was like a founder of 500 startups, and before that he was at Founders Fund, before that he was at PayPal. He's a very successful angel investor. So he was quite active a while ago in the ecosystem, and he used to have these recommendations or advice to give to startup founders. So anyway, this is sort of based on stuff that Dave and myself have done together. So 10 areas. What are those 10 areas? The elevator pitch. So what is the elevator pitch? So this is important. The elevator pitch is also known as the overview, introduction, executive summary, whatever you want to call it. But why do I call it an elevator pitch? Because it cannot be and should not be a boring, wordy slide about, with tons of text. It has to be super crisp, elevator pitch. So think you're in an elevator and you've got 30 seconds with this investor. And so in 30 seconds, you need to pitch to them. You have a very finite amount of time. You have to, in 30 seconds, pitch to them what you're all about. And that is what this first slide is. The first slide is meant to capture the attention of your potential investor, right? Explain what you do in simple words. No jargon. So I have a rule. So I have a 10-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old daughter. So 3-year-old isn't very useful at this point for what I'm telling you about, but my 10-year-old is super useful. So I wrote this when she was 9, so apologies for that. But so ask yourself, would a 9-year-old get this? So what I do is when I used to pitch, prepare for my meetings, I would go to my 9-year-old and I would pitch to her. And she was like, Papa, I don't understand what you're talking about. So if she doesn't understand, remember, most investors are stupid. Sorry, don't repeat this, but I'm talking about myself, right? So I'm stupid. So if you're gonna give me jargon and all sorts of words, random stuff that I have no idea, or you're assuming that I know, don't assume that I know any of this stuff. So don't use jargon. Try to explain your pitch in a very simple way. Think about your investors. The investors are very smart people. But the thing is, they're also very busy people. They don't have a lot of time. They have very little amount of time to focus on you. So let's think about a standard investor meeting. So let's just say you've got a meeting that starts at 11 o'clock. He or she shows up 15 minutes late, right? Or best case scenario, he actually shows up on time. And then for the next 15 minutes, you're sorting out business cards, the Wi-Fi is not connecting, your computer crashes. Anyway, my point is, if you have an hour meeting, assume you only have 45 minutes. Out of the 45 minutes that you've got, this is me after hundreds of meetings. I'm telling you, this is sort of like averages, right? It can get worse. 45 minutes of their attention. Out of the 45 minutes, you have to compete with this guy. And it could be an Android too, but there's something else that you have to compete with. And so you need to capture their attention and their interest. And that needs to happen super fast, right? So you need to, in simple words, very simple, plain English, explain on the first slide what you do. We provide homeschooling solution for, I'm just making this up, yeah? For kids in the UAE. Super simple. Outline what you've achieved so far. So people have this idea that, obviously storytelling is important, right? So storytelling, by the way, is super important. When you're meeting somebody to pitch to them, to an investor, what you're doing is you're basically telling them a story. And if you're not telling them a story, they're not interested, they're not engaged. I get my daughter to learn math or science or anything that she's not interested in by telling her stories. When I tell her stories, she gets engaged. So, the older we get, we're pretty much the same. We're just like a 9-year-old and like a 45-year-old, body. And so, we like stories. We engage with stories. So it's important to figure out how do you tell the story. Now, the problem is when you want to tell a story, you want to control the narrative. You want to control the story. And unfortunately, when you try to control the story, what you do is you say, oh, I'm going to, I'm going to tell them like a joke, like I'm going to tell them something and I'm going to wait for the punchline at the end. Don't wait. Because what you want to do is, at this stage, you just want to grab their attention. You want to give them all the essential information, right? So you want to tell them in simple words what you do, and you want to tell them how much traction you've had. You don't need to have this big powwow thing. Oh, and guess what? We've made $1 million in revenue. You know what? Tell them at the beginning, because unfortunately, if you don't catch their interest early on, this is what's going to be happening. And we got, and you're talking, and I'm the investor, right? So, and we got $1 million of revenue. We've got 20 customers. Sorry, what was that? That is a problem. So you don't want to have that, right? So elevator pitch. So I'm going on and on about this, but this is important. You can call it anything you want. Investor. This first slide is super important. The point that I'm making is when you're drafting this slide, you think you've got 30 seconds. So less is more, and keep it short and simple. No jargon, no buzzwords, and don't forget to make it exciting. You notice I've put a picture here of an elevator. I mean, it's not a very nice elevator. It's kind of boring, but at least it's a picture, right? So it's it's visual, right? So it's an elevator pitch. So there's an elevator. A lot of people are visual. So no jargon, no buzzwords. Give me an example of some jargon or a buzzword that you would use in your startup. Anyone? You. I'm going to pick on you. Give me some jargon or buzzword that's specific to your sector. Sorry? Value marker. Sorry, hold on. Biomarker. Yeah. Biomarker. Biomarker. What the hell is a biomarker? Explain what the biomarker is. Yeah. So explain that rather than the. So, as an investor, you don't have the background in. You personally don't understand any of this. So the thing about investors is that investors are, a lot of investors are sector specific and a lot of investors are generalists. What that means is they're, so I'm not a like deep expert in, so for example, health tech or fintech, whatever. I'm a generalist, right? What that means is I'm a master of none, right? But I have a lot of interest. So I basically will understand as much as I need to see whether there's something there, there's a market opportunity, and then I'll go for it. So I may invest in something that I don't really truly deeply understand initially, just to have the meeting. Right now we're trying to have a meeting, right? Before I invest, I will bring in sector experts or PhDs to help me figure out what the hell these guys are talking about and whether there's some logic or something that makes sense. So that's part of the due diligence process, that you will get experts involved. Investors will get investors involved. Right now, you're just trying to grab a meeting to get them to convert to exploring whether there is any interest. Does that make sense? Well, well, that is what we're trying to avoid, right? So if your pitch is boring, or then you're. Okay, so I think when the investor, you need to excite the investor, and also you need to do the research. So if the investor understands this area, then you should be talking to those people that understand that area, right? So first of all, that. And then there's other investors that are generalist investors. So you need to make sure that you're pitching to them in the appropriate way so that they understand and they get excited. So those are problems that you need to solve. Anyway, so that's the elevator pitch, right? The problem. You need to talk about the problem. What is the problem that you are solving? And if you're not solving a problem, you shouldn't be raising capital. Focus on the specific problem. So look at this image here that I put. Now this is an important image that I put in here. You see this person? What do you think this person who's in pain needs? Thank you. A painkiller, a very effective. I mean, this guy looks like he's in serious pain, so an effective painkiller. So don't give him a vitamin. So don't come up with a solution that is a vitamin. So, right, you need to understand what is the problem. This person is in like pain. So focus on the problem before the solution. We'll talk about the solution. You'll have plenty of time to talk about your solution. First of all, what you want to do is you want to get the investor to relate to the problem that you're solving, right? Because if you cannot help your investor understand the problem that you're solving, they don't need to know. They don't need to be a PhD in whatever it is that you're doing. But if they don't understand the problem, if they cannot relate to that problem, then you've lost. That's a missed opportunity. You have to help them understand what the problem is that you're solving, right? And there are many types of problems. So there are many problems in the world, and there's many people solving many problems. Is this a problem? They need to figure out whether this is a problem that people are willing to pay for. Because there are two types of problems. There's a problem that I will get you to solve for me, and there's a problem that I'll pay you to solve for me. What you need to figure out is, and what you need to help convince the investor for, is that this is a problem that people are willing to pay for. Because if it's not something that people are willing to pay for, then it's not a business. It's a nice solution, it's a nice problem set, but it's not a business. So therefore, good luck getting investors, right? Because investors are greedy, they want to make money. And then, tell a real story that investors can relate to, as I said earlier. Like, try to relate to your customers, to your investors. Your investor is at the point your customer. So there's something that I want to talk about during this whole narrative, and I will repeat this. I'm going to take you through 10 slides to talk about 10 topics that you need to cover in your pitch. But what is the purpose of the pitch? Does anybody know what the purpose of this pitch presentation is? This first pitch presentation that you've got. Any guesses? Yeah, explain your concept. Yes, it's to explain your concept. So the answer is, it is to start a conversation. So you have 10 slides. Why do we have 10 slides? Because you're going to meet hundreds and hundreds of people. You're going to meet people who are super techie, super nerdy, who will be interested in the problem or the solution. You'll meet people who are generalists. You'll meet people who are have different interests, and they may be getting excited with different things. So I've met people who have sort of a finance, accounting background, and I've noticed that, and this is, I don't like to generalize about people, but I have to say, like, I've met people who get super excited until, they don't get super excited until they get to the numbers. When they get to numbers, then they really, and I was like, yeah, accountant. Nothing against accountants. I'm just saying, like, there are people that grab onto different things. The whole point is you've got 10 slides or 10 topics that you're covering in a presentation because you don't know what's going to interest you or you or you. So you need to have all these topics covered, and obviously all together this should explain what problem you're solving. But the purpose of the pitch deck is to start a conversation. One of the biggest mistakes that founders make when they're pitching is they make the mistake that I made for 3 or 4 questions that you guys asked me earlier. I said, I'll get to it in the next thing. So I'm not pitching to you guys for money, right? But if you were the investor and I said, I'll get to that in a couple of slides, game over. When an investor takes an interest and starts asking you questions, forget the pitch. Job done. Thank you very much, pitch. Job done. And if you got them on the first slide, fantastic. If you get them on the last slide, fantastic. If you don't get them at all, well, try again. But the point of this pitch presentation is not for you to tell them, take them through the slides, say, look how awesome I am. I found out this problem, I found a solution, and this is how much money I made. No, the purpose is to go through a story that you're telling them to figure out what hook works for them so that they can take an interest, start asking you questions. As soon as they ask you questions, they control the meeting, and that is exactly what you want. Because they control the meeting, they're asking you questions, they're getting to know you, they're engaged. As soon as they're engaged, that is the purpose of that. That is the purpose of your pitch deck, that is the purpose of the meeting. And then after that, the whole conversation starts. Does that make sense? This is super, super important. This is a story that you're telling just, just to get engagement. Anyway, so first, as I said, you have an elevator pitch which explains everything in a nutshell to a 9-year-old. And if you don't have a 9-year-old, find someone else's 9-year-old and pitch to them in a non-croupy way. Explain the problem very, very simply. Then you talk about the solution. So you see this, this slide here, this picture. So the purpose of the image here is to talk about whether this is, a Panadol or a vitamin. I like to talk about Panadols and vitamins. What I mean is this a, and apologies for people who are super into vitamins, and by the way, so am I. I take vitamins every single day. But honestly, I won't die. I don't think I will die if I miss my vitamins a day, a week, or a month, right? But if I have a headache, vitamins aren't going to help me as much as Panadol will, right? Or whatever other drug you want. The point is the investor at this point is trying to figure out, are you a Panadol or a vitamin? Are you a nice to have or a must have? And so this is what you need. Once they understand what the problem is, then you can say, okay, and now that you understand my problem, this is my solution. If they understand your problem that you're solving, then they will be able to see whether your solution is a nice to have or a must have. And that is important because if it's a must have, they'll pay for it. If it's a nice to have, good luck. It's a vitamin. You might still be successful, but I wouldn't invest in you. So how is your solution solving the problem? This is important, right? So how is your solution solving the problem that you just explained? And why your solution makes customers happy. If you have any traction, if you've done something, you prove it. If you've talked to people, that's already good enough. If you're at an idea stage, but you've talked to a bunch of people, you've done a survey, that's good. You have to work with what you've got. So try to prove it with whatever traction you have, whatever you've done, use all of those cards. Of course, the best is traction. And when I say traction, I mean people actually using it. Even if they're not paying for it, using it and then getting their feedback. And this cannot be your sister or your uncle or your mother, right? This has to be like somebody who is not connected to you personally. This is like independent people. And then try to get some feedback from them. And then try to help them understand how your solution is better, different, or super targeted. So yeah, at this point, it's super important. If you've got a demo or a screenshot or a video, you should use that, right? So you should have a video. Now, and demonstrate traction. If you've got, like, for example, I've seen startups sometimes, they'll go up on Google Analytics to show how many people have come to their site or whatever. Try to get people to get involved. You have to try different tools to try to figure out how to grab onto, get them engaged, get interested, and demonstrate traction, right? But what you're trying to do is you're trying to make it a conversation. At this point, typically, if it happens, they will start asking you different questions. They might take you different ways. Forget the presentation. It's unimportant now, but try to get into a conversation. Couple of housekeeping, be prepared. If you're going to need Wi-Fi or whatever, do the basics. These basics are super important. If you have a meeting at 10 o'clock on Monday, then on Thursday or Friday, you need to have spoken to the receptionist, the PA, tried to figure out whether you guys have Wi-Fi, whether their network allows other people. These are basic things that frustrate me when startups come and they haven't got a clue. And they're like, it should all work for me. You know, like, why is your internet closed off? You should be doing the research, being prepared. So make sure you have, you know, access to, you know, Wi-Fi passwords and all of that stuff sorted out if you're going to demonstrate something. And it is good to demonstrate. And you know what? I don't rely on the network ever. Even if I've been there many times before, what I typically do, I'll tether to my phone. I'll make sure that I have coverage on Etisalat in that room. Make sure that you're in the right room, or you have, sorry, Urdu. You know, like I have coverage, and I'll tether. Or I've seen some smart founders. What they do is they just make like a video of to demonstrate it, and that's cool because that's like something that's on your a file that's on your computer, and you can just play it. So many different ways, but be prepared. You cannot be messing around with logistics during a investor presentation, because the investor presentation is about you engaging with that person, not with your computer or with the Wi-Fi network and all that other stuff, right? Okay, and then you talk about the market. So obviously this is something that I think a lot of you guys would have done. You'll talk about the market. Now, a couple of things to talk about is you would look at the market from two perspectives, right? A top-down perspective and a bottom-up perspective. What is the top-down perspective? How big is the market? You know, use credible sources. If you notice, when I was using in the previous presentation, Magnet, and I had all these sources. First of all, if you're going to get something from a source, source it. It's helpful because users will, you know, people want to know that you guys are remembering where you're getting this data from. And also use like a credible source. Don't use some really sketchy random source that nobody's ever heard of. So use credible sources if you can. And then obviously you need to do the bottom up, right? You need to be able to demonstrate that you've built your own business plan, you understand your own drivers, use relevant metrics that are relevant to you. Just because if you go to some blog post and people talk about some metrics, you don't have to necessarily use the metrics that other people are using. Use the metrics that are relevant to your business at your stage and know your assumptions. If you are the CEO of the company and you're pitching, you should go and open up the model and you should understand. Because if you don't know and you're like, oh, my CFO buddy is going to help me with the numbers, bad move. You should know your numbers. You should understand the drivers. The business model. How do you make money? How does your business make money? That is what the business model, there's so many things that, you know, people get into like jargon and fancy stuff. Ultimately, investors just want to know, how do you make money, man? Like, how do you make money? What are the one or two main sources of revenue? Simple stuff. You know, I see so many investor pitches where they talk about, oh, you know, we make money this way and that way and the other way. It's like, oh, you're not focused. Just one or two top ways that you can make money. Now, granted, there may be 100 ways where you can make money when you get to a certain point. What you want to do is you want to pick a couple because they need to understand them. Like, okay, fantastic, you can make money in many different ways, but one or two sources and then how you pick those sources is think about like the biggest amount or the potential. Like, you might make a massive, you might get a massive contract from some government entity, but if that's going to take years and years, then maybe you pick something else, right? So either the biggest amount or the biggest potential or the sooner that you can get to. So just pick one or two. And the typical business models are like, you know, there's direct and indirect, right? So direct are like subscription or you sell something, you know, you get paid. Or indirect, which is like, you know, advertising, like Google, lead generation, whatever. Now this is difficult. Unfair advantage. So a lot of investors are looking for an unfair advantage. Honestly, I haven't come across many people who have an unfair advantage, but if you have one, fantastic. Talk about what your unfair advantage is. Your unfair advantage could be you're the best team that has the best experience, the depth of experience, and is balanced team that can do this, right? Or it could be your early mover. I mean, if you notice from my body language, you know, early mover, it's like, I think, you know, I'm not an early mover. I may take risks, but I'm not stupid. I don't invest in the first company that's trying something in a new space. I'll wait for you to fail, or I'll wait for you to invest, or I'll wait for the second or third guy to say, ah, this is how you, these are the mistakes you made. Okay, let me improve on that. So early mover isn't always better. Superior technology, that is hard. 5 minutes? Okay. Superior technology, this is hard, but Google is an example of that. And then the competition, so who are your competitors? Never ever, ever say, we have no competition. Nobody's ever done this before, because that's rubbish. There's always competition. I'll tell you what a competition is. Inertia. If I can choose to not do whatever it is that you're offering, I can decide my wallet is inertia. I'm going to choose not to pull out my wallet to do this. Or it can be other things. If you're focusing on a specific area, maybe you're trying to create a space, but there's many competitors. So you have to think about the wallet of the customers, the budget of the customers, and they have to make space somewhere in that budget, right? So you need to figure out who your competitors are, even if they're indirect competitors. Because what we're trying to do is understand whether you understand how to make money, and from the people, if they're giving you money, if you understand their perspectives. And demonstrate how you're different or better, right? And then the marketing plan, do your research. This, I think you should know, try to measure things that are relevant, whether it's like volume, cost, conversion ratios, whatever, but figure out what's relevant. Anyway, the team, this is important. Now this is like a super important slide. So if you ask me as an investor, what, in terms of proportion of a weight that I give to the 10 factors here, 70–80% is the team. But why is the team slide number 9? Because if you cannot get me through 1 to 8, then I'm not going to get to 9, I'm not interested, and I'm not going to invest. But 70% of my decision is on the team. Because it's not about your idea or whatever, it's about the market opportunity, all of that's cool, but if I don't believe that you have the execution capabilities to execute, then that's not going to work. So the team, list the founding team, clearly outline who does what. Don't try to hide stuff, right? Demonstrate, whether there's complementary skill sets, technical, commercial, etc. Relevant experience. Who's part-time, who's full-time? If people are part-time, say it. If people have a bigger stake, smaller stake, investors need to know this stuff. And of course, how much money do you need, right? What do you need it for? You don't want to go to an investor and say, I want to raise $10 million because I never want to raise ever again because I hate fundraising. That's dumb. What you want to do is say, okay, we want to get to the next stage of funding or the next stage of our life cycle of our business. And we need this much money to get to the next stage. And at that next stage, we will have these KPIs that we would have achieved or these milestones that we would have achieved. And at that point, we should be attractive to raise money at for the next stage. So that's kind of what you want to do. You want to raise as small amount as possible, but you want to clearly identify, A, how much do you need? What do you need it for? Payroll or hiring a team or technology or whatever. And yeah, what milestones do you expect to achieve? And that's it. Research, practice, prepare. I think I am out of time. Otherwise, we could have had some questions, but you can get me another time. I think this presentation, by the way, lots of references here. You'll find all sorts of information online. Thank you very much. Okay, so you know what? One question, and then I'm off. Yeah. So it depends on your business, right? So for example, let's just say, what type of business do you have? It's an application, right? It's a consumer app or a business? Consumer app, okay. So consumer apps, you might have built the application. You built the application, right? So you built the application, so you might say, okay, I'm just gonna make this up. We will have daily active 100,000 users that are a day using our app, and we'll have 40,000 that are active daily for a whole month. whatever that might be, or some revenue, or some partnerships, whatever that is. It depends on what your business is and what your, but you need to basically demonstrate something that is interesting and attractive for the next set of investors. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
We're going to be stopping for a 15 minutes break and come back to continue the next session, yeah? Enjoy. One more minute to go. We'll start in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask everyone to go back to their seat, please? We're starting the next session in 1 minute. No? No one wants to come back? Okay. Thank you. No one wants to come back. What to do? Yeah, food. Can we please ask from everyone to be back on their seat? We're going to start now our next session. Thank you. I don't know what to do. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your break. So now moving to our next session, Takamul and Tip by Maryam Musallam, Project Manager of Takamul, Department of Economic Development.
Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maryam Musallam from Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development, Takamul program. Today we are here to talk about our national program to support the inventions and startup ecosystem in Emirates of Abu Dhabi and across the UAE. Before we start the presentation, I would like to reflect on the previous session, which was conducted by our colleague, Mr. Asher. He mentioned that many startups has failed to commercialize their product at the end of the day. I believe that beside the experience that they should have, there are other factors that we need to look at, like the IP management of the technology itself, the resources availability, the skill set, and the commercialization aspect of that technology and how it should be commercialized. Takamul Innovation Services are the national services offered by Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development to close the gap between the research and the entrance to the market. So we are offering a variety of services for the nationals and Emirates of Abu Dhabi. To start with, Takamul was initiated in 2011. We started the program in 2011, and the portal was active since that time, with the aim of helping the invention and innovators and inventors to transfer their ideas, innovative ideas, into a workable prototype and then to enter to the market and introduce a commercial valuable products. We are offering services to two categories. We have the individuals, institutions, universities, SMEs, and we have designed IP portfolios for big companies. The services that we offer, starting from the awareness creation to the asset creation evaluation support, proof of concept support, and commercialization support. We basically outreach and conduct, go ahead with the prototype or the proof of concept implementation. In terms of supporting the commercial value activation, the startups, again, we are also having another service for the startup support. We receive the application, we evaluate them, we conduct analysis for the commercial value assessment for the application and the technology itself. We provide the consultancy incentives through our partners. Basically, the incentive that can be offered through the partners, it can be the R&D support through the universities, it can be like a marketing support through the channels that we have. It also can be the funding support through the ecosystem partners that we in partnership with. How we work, basically, if you got an idea, an innovative idea, then and you are looking for a support, basically the government are providing services such as Takamul to enable you to proceed with your ideas, protect your ideas, then the implementing your ideas as a proof of concept, then launching your startup. So you can go to the website, takamul.gov.ae, and once you applied, then we will receive your application and the team of experts will be analyzing your cases and would recommend the commercialization tips and insight for your technology and how it should be supported. So we have different kind of implementation and support. It can be in form of patent. This is a picture for the patent grant. It can be like support in the implementation of the prototype or the support in the entrance to the market for the startup. We are currently working on a new initiative for supporting the nationals to start their businesses in Emirates of Abu Dhabi by offering them like kind of licenses, or you can say the activities that they can be part of trade license or other kind of licenses that can be offered for the innovation and development. So that should be activated soon. So again, we are targeting the end to protect the new technologies by ways of patent originating from UAE. Our target is to register the patents in Emirates in UAE. We are trying to broaden the skill sets of employees in the era of IP creation, technology transfer and know-how, and also we want to support the technology and the different level of development from the ideation to the final product. And we are trying our best to market that help the innovators and inventors to market their products to reach the market. That was the part for the Takamul. We have another part which called Technology Innovation Pioneers. I believe that some of you heard about Technology Innovation Pioneers. Basically, we believe that innovation is the future of human investment. Research, technology, and science are the pillars of knowledge-based economy. And aligning with our leadership vision, we are trying our best to diversify the resources of economy by introducing the innovation and the technologies in the market. Tip, Technology Innovation Pioneers. It's an initiative initiated by Ministry of Economy and Abu Dhabi Department of Economic Development, aligning with the strategy 2071. So the main objective of TIP is to enhance the startup ecosystem in Emirates of Abu Dhabi and across the UAE, and introducing a breakthrough innovation, solving the challenges and across all the sectors. Our result or the achievement in 2018, we had last year TIP award event, and we have we started with the first sector, which was healthcare sector. We had 9 challenges, and we had 24 winners from different categories: patent, proof of concept, and startups. We reached up to 800K users across the website, and also we have done 110 technology assessment for the submissions that we received. And there was a training which were trainings which were offered through the website e-learning modules for all the applicants who enter to the website to submit their application. In terms of TIP ecosystem, we have different elements here. We have the investors, applications, the summit, initiators, media, challenges, outreach, and sponsors. As we said, the initiators are Ministry of Economy and Abu Dhabi DED. In terms of challenge owners, we have the DOH, Department of Health in Abu Dhabi. We have Department of Energy. Our colleague Mohammed is here. If you have anything regarding the challenges for the energy tech, so you can ask him. And we have the Environmental Agency. The challenges for the healthcare are you can apply online for the assistive technology using big data, child obesity. In terms of energy tech, for the smart infrastructure, waste control, efficiency and sustainability, and water desalination technologies. And with regard to the envirotech, we have the clean energy, ocean conservation, and single use of plastics. So you are, according to your application, you can go and choose the relevant challenge. Who should apply? Startups, entrepreneurs, innovators, inventors, and students from the universities. You will apply for what? For the patent category. So to protect your IP rights and ownership of the technology you own. The proof of concept. So this is to give you an opportunity to develop your proof of concept and turn it to a prototype. Then the startup. And this is an opportunity for you to turn your invention and technology into a marketable product. A part of our ecosystem, we are having lots of outreach activities. We had sessions abroad in Saudi Arabia, South Africa, South Korea, with our partners from Department of Energy. We had an ADGM. We had a visit to Singapore and Jordan to promote for TIP and its challenges. In terms of local outreach, the recent outreach was in the 24th World Energy Congress, Abu Dhabi. We had our stand there to promote for both services, Takamul and TIP. Here are our sponsors. Our strategic partner, HSBC, gold partner, Tawazun. We have also the cultural and destination partner, and we have the government partners, EDP, IDB, and ADG. We have also community partners, universities, incubators, accelerators, who are in partnership with us to promote for TIP. In terms of media and how we do outreach in terms of media, we are having monthly newsletters. In those newsletters, we are showcasing the news about the activities for TIP, about the new trends in the technology. So every month we are talking about different subjects. Suppose that today we talked about blockchain, the next month we will talk about the AI, then the next month we'll talk about different trend of technology. And if you would like to submit your application for the new, you would like to have an article, so you can feel free to share with us your articles and we can look into that. At the end of the year, we will be having a yearly outlook. The outlook will be containing all the milestones, the achievements, the activities that have been achieved throughout the year for technology innovation pioneers. Regarding the ambassadors, who are the ambassadors? Ambassadors are startups, are the governments, are the influencers who can help in promoting the technology innovation pioneers to the other. They can be from the other countries. Basically, TIP is not only for UAE, it's a global platform. So we are getting application even from outside of UAE. We are getting applications from different countries. It won't matter if it is from different countries because it's a global platform. So we have ambassadors. We have ambassadors who are now working and opening a chapter for TIP in their countries, like Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and Egypt, and other countries. So the ambassadors will be having an access to our newsletters, will be having access to our events to promote for TIP. And they will be recognized at the summit day. That was all about the services we provide in Abu Dhabi DED. So we have one program called Takamul program that offers innovation support program, a startup support, proof of concept support, commercialization evaluation, and a startup support. And we are also having like kind of service we offer for licensing the technology. If you have like a patent or you have a technology, but you don't have the facilities or you are not willing to do the commercialization part of it yourself and you would like to license it, so we can look for a licensee for you and help you in licensing your technology. With regard to the TIP, it's an open platform for all the sectors. We started with 3 sectors, however, we can expand. All the sectors are posting their challenges, the challenges that they face nowadays and in each sectors, and looking a solution for them, technology solutions. So we are encouraging you as a startup and entrepreneurs to go and open the website and apply, and perhaps you will be one of the winners and you will be awarded at the summit day. Thank you, everyone. Hopefully, the session was informative.
You want this or this? What do you prefer?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. Yeah.
Hi. So let's see how this works. That's it. So as you can see, my name is Nelio, and this is how I have unleashed the power of what is called growth hacking. I'll just run you quickly through my profile. I started as a corporate marketer, so I had in mind all the different frameworks that we keep using in L'Oreal, in Chanel, in big corporates back in Paris. And then the management in Paris sent me to the region. And basically, that's when I met at a conference like this, a very smart person that was starting his journey at Karim. And so I joined Karim as their first marketing person. Last thing I knew, when I joined the company, we were probably like around 15 to 20 people. And the last thing I knew, we were like 3,000, and we were the first tech unicorn of the region. The interesting thing is that doing the transition between corporate marketing and a more growth hacking approach where every single dollar needs to be justified and the spend needs to have a clear ROI, because that's how startups survive. They are in a situation that are resource scarce, and so every time you spend even a small amount, you need to make sure that this has a clear return. After my period at Karim, I left and joined Digital Nomads. Digital Nomads is an organization based in Bali and in Chiang Mai, where basically they really put together all these entrepreneurs that are location independent. They're based on a book of Tim Ferriss called The 4 Hours Work Week, and that's where I really learned the power of lean. These are entrepreneurs that can build $1 million businesses without having an office, without having a physical team, and without having investors. So it's a real form of art. And based on this knowledge of the power of lean, my two friends at Washman called me and they said, Nelio, we just launched this really cool startup called Washman. It's a laundry business. Can you please come and help us? We pretty much scaled the company from a very small business to, again, a multi-million-dollar business, and we managed to raise our Series B, led by Henkel and another big investor. And this was without team. So basically, I did the growth team was just basically me and an intern, and we managed to scale consistently. So what I can tell you and why you should probably listen to me in this moment is that there's really proven methodologies on how to grow businesses on a shoestring budget, basically not having cash to do so. Right now, I started my latest gig. It's called Urban Monks. It's pretty much we're delivering workshops across the globe, and we're helping different entrepreneurs and CEOs to really harness the power of lean and grow as fast as possible with growth hacking methodologies. But now, enough about me. I'll just share what pretty much we've done at Karim. So at Karim, we managed to activate 1.3 million users in 11 days with $7,000 and a 30-second video. So how did we do this? There's a whole background story to it because we were pushed in a corner to do this. So this was Karim when we first started. So as you can see, there's not a clear branding. It's pretty much it was pretty much the branding effort and marketing effort behind it was really still in its early stages. And when you saw our competitors, we were head to head against one of the coolest brands on earth, and we could not probably compete only on product. There was back then, there was this kind of dogma of product-led growth where basically say, okay, build a product, build an amazing product, and then it will grow by itself. The problem is this, you can have this kind of conversation, especially for SaaS models and where the product ingrains virality within the product itself. The problem with Uber and Karim is that between Uber and Karim, it was a switch of a radio button. So the switching cost for users was zero, so we needed to build a story that really made sense, a story that was really interesting and that was super relevant for the local audience. That's why we came up with the full rebranding. So it was our duty to really create a complete different story, to have like a complete different rebranding. We got like really cool designers on board to really build a story that was compelling, that was relevant, and that really made sense for the local audience to clearly distinguish ourselves from Uber. Because back then, now it's like one company, but back then it was clearly a bloodbath because it's a matter of survival. But as everybody here probably knows, like launching a brand without a big bang means pretty much nothing because it gets like very unnoticed, it gets under the radar. So if you don't have something impactful to say, hey guys, this is our new strategy, this is our new vision, this is who we are, come and check us out, then it's all like, it's not wasted money, but it's gonna come later, and then the effort becomes a bit sluggish. And everything, especially in entrepreneurship, especially in startup marketing, timing is the most important thing. So the problem is that back then, Uber was like, okay, do you guys really think we're gonna let you just like, yeah, rebrand and just go on top of all roofs and start saying that that you rebranded? So basically, they did back then what they were very good at doing, which was pretty much injecting a lot of cash into the different marketing channels. What does that mean? It means that, as you probably all know, when it comes to digital marketing, it's a bidding process, right? So part of the equation is that if your targeting is right and your bidding is right, then you pretty much almost win the auction. So it's like an auction system. If you pay more, you get more impressions, you get to show your ads to more people. There's one thing though, that when we study the algorithm, especially with for all the different platforms, there is one side that every platform keeps for user experience. So if, for instance, an ad is extremely expensive, like you spend like a lot of budget in that, but then another ad comes and it's more crafted for the user experience, that is more engaging, that people like it more, that people understand it more, and whatever, that actually Facebook or whatever platform you're advertising on is going to over-index you. It's called like they leave one parameter of the equation pretty much for user experience in order to make sure that it's not just the one that has more cash that wins, but actually it gives more possibility for people that are more creative to win as well. And so we were pushed in a corner. There was one and only one way we could get out of this impasse, which was to be extremely creative and to think completely outside of the box. And so this is what we did. So, thank you. Yeah, so if I can just shoot the first video.
بقول لك انت مش قلت هتيجي الاول ولا ايه؟ يلا اشوفك هناك ان شاء الله. السلام عليكم.
Okay, so yeah. What's right? Exactly. So basically, like when it comes to content creation and it comes to advertising, there's one super interesting thing that we tested here is that we went unbranded. So when we first launched this, we didn't put our logo anywhere. So basically, we just started like spreading this video pretty much everywhere on different channels, and people start asking, like an Arab dies from Slingshot. We had like 3 million views only on this, almost 4 million. People were saying like human slingshot in Dubai goes terribly wrong, real or fake. And so it started creating like so much controversy online that we plan to go unbranded. I'll tell you this. So we plan to go unbranded for like almost a month, like 15 days, because we wanted to wait for the algorithm to over-index all the other ads so that then we could retarget our users. The problem is then we got a call from Dubai government and they said this is really bad for the Dubai publicity because now it seems that we gave the authority to do something like this. So after like 4 days, we had to reveal that actually it's a fake. And the beauty of it is that this all conversation went from that simple video to online. And social media was just talking about this video over and over. In the meanwhile, for 4 days, for 4 to 5 days, we gathered so much data point that then it could be reused for us then to retarget, to create ads, as I'll show you now. The second video, so after 5 days, we had to release the second video.
بقول لك ايه؟ انا نسيت اقول لك اني بخاف. بقول لك انت مش قلت هتيجي الاول ولا ايه؟ يلا اشوفك هناك ان شاء الله. السلام عليكم.
As you can see, there's a hint to the logo. So yeah, so we basically then retarget everyone with this video. We give it back to influencers. We started talking to the press, and then we had what is called the third viral wave. That basically all the press was talking about us because now it's like, hee ha ha, you got punked. It's Karim style. It was for a relaunch, for a rebranding, and the media like this was like free PR to the next level. And then, not only, as I said before, what really matters for me as a growth hacker was like to really gather so much data point that then I could retarget users, so then it would become like the cost of advertising would really go down. So basically, that's the fourth wave of virality, that we used all these data points to engage relevant users with ads, where basically we knew that they already saw the slingshot, so we started like really capitalizing on it to really the next level. And this brought us like so much traction that with a video investment of $7,000 and 30 seconds video, we invested like around 130 hours. We got like $17 million in earned media, and we got 1.3 million users activated. So that means between acquired and taking their first ride, which was kind of like the first time where we then started being spotted as a proper unicorn. And we received like a message while we were in the elevator, and this is the team behind all of this, that basically we receive a message from either Mudassir or from someone and say like, hey guys, we are officially the first unicorn of the region. And that's why we took like a selfie called the unicorn selfie. Outsmart the algorithm and make marketing great again. Thank you.
Now let's move to the next session. Digital technology provides an infinite set of opportunity for startups. So we're going to move to Pedro. I do apologize if I'm pronouncing any names wrong. It's very hard for me. Pedro, Director of Innovation, and as well SIA Partner.
Thank you very much.
You would prefer? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. There's nothing better than speaking after so much energy. Thank you so much for the previous presentation. It's amazing. I love the video. Well, guys, why I'm here to talk to you about digital and scale up. All right, I'm Director of Innovation at SAP, and I'm also a non-executive director of a startup, so I live both worlds. So I'm here to do, number one, share with you the secrets of the companies when they are at scale, what they are looking for, what are the trends, what does it mean for you is the second part. Maybe you're looking for an exit of your startup, maybe you're looking for embedding ingredients in your products and solutions that will make it more relevant. So I'm going to share with you some of those ingredients. I'm going to share with you a little bit of the journey we have with companies that are very large, that are trying to become innovative, and they are trying to actually mimic you as an entrepreneur from within to make them so much at the forefront of innovation. Does that work for you? The first thing here I have is this picture. And you might be asking why. Maybe to check your age, who has watched Star Trek before? Yeah, good. So we have good people in the room. So this is a mind meld technique, right? This is Dr. Spock, and he's trying to do telepathy with this gentleman here. Captain Kirk. You really watched it. So my mind to your mind, my thoughts to your thoughts. And you know what? When we are working with companies these days on digital capabilities, this is what we feel. It's like the expectation is telepathy. You need to know everything, right? You need to have enough data, enough AI, enough analytics to know everything as if you have telepathy type of functionalities in your products. Kind of hard to meet that expectation. On sci-fi that was possible, but not really in the technology space. But how close we can get to that? So what we are actually doing a lot is to work on journeys, right? So you go, check part of the journey, something you want to buy, some electronics on your website. Then you go to your mobile, you continue that searching on your mobile. Then you have to go to a store. This is one of the companies we have worked in Egypt that they are trying to become a omni-channel to their customers, and they have so many channels there. And then they go and do the shopping, and then after that shopping, there is an experience from using the products themselves. So what you see here in front of you is a single view of a customer. Every touch point there is, we can map and track, so we can learn more, we can understand more about that individual, right? So if you want to have telepathy to your business, the first thing you need to do is to understand more your target people. And when it comes to analyzing all that information at an aggregated level, you have so many things you try. Commerce, email, web, events. So you start looking at the golden path. So what is working? What's not working? What should I invest more? What should I invest less? Right? Those things are important because as you're doing more digital, you're collecting more data. As you collect more data, you need to use that data in a meaningful way. Make sense? So one thing that is very good news for all of us is that computation power is not a problem anymore, right? And I was trying to figure out an example to illustrate how powerful it is, a computation power today. And it's the gaming industry. Who likes online gaming in the room? Online gamers? Yeah, cool. So what's more complicated than online gaming for business, right? So what is behind an online gaming is actually a business that they need to help you to consume more as you're playing online. But guess what? All that information, all those users interacting between themselves, they are generating data. And the decision making here needs to be real time. So you need to gather all that information, you need to compute that information, and immediately, real time, give a decision making to everyone that's playing the game so you can increase your numbers. So if we can do that for gaming, we can do that for anybody. Another great example here is eBay. Right? So eBay, they have a very big problem with data. They have sellers, they have buyers, right? And they have a marketplace to connect all those people. But they are doing that in real time. Imagine the amount of data they have in order to create a decision-making process, understand the journey that we were just talking about before, and to give a recommendation to the sellers about what the buyers are actually looking for. Right? How you do that, how you process that much of information to give a precise recommendation in that kind of environment, right? So here I am talking to you with the context that computation power is not a problem anymore. So now it's back to us to use our imagination, creativity, our resourcefulness, to use the capabilities to do something meaningful and impactful, right? So my day job is a company that is trying to transform themselves, right? So this is a chart that demonstrates that over the past 10 years, the company is trying really hard to be up to the level that the market is expecting, right? So you start here by having a company that was pretty much on the back office, you helping with the financials, right? So if you have a startup, you will have revenue. If you have revenue, you have costs, right? So you need to manage that financials in a way. So the company I represent, they've been doing this for many, many years, about 45 years, and they were very successful, but that's not enough. So over the past 10 years, the company is trying to figure out, through acquisitions and organic development, billions of investments in R&D, what is the next wave of the market? What's the next wave of digital transformation, right? So today, I'm going to share with you the latest of that journey, which is an intelligent enterprise, and what they are actually looking for an enterprise to become intelligent. And I will share with you what are the ingredients that they are using to get there. Fair enough? But also, I have a secondary activity. Just like you, an entrepreneur, I'm trying to make a company great. So this is the Be Sure Network, where I am one of the executive directors, non-executive directors, and it's pretty much a workforce competency checks platform. So imagine that people come to work. How we check if they are who they say they are? How we check they have the qualification to be working there? And just like you, I'm also trying to figure out the chicken and egg, right? Who comes first? You know, the authorities that give the certificate to people or the companies that will check those certificates, right? By combining the experience I have in both a very large corporation doing innovation and digital transformation and trying to build a startup from scratch, what do I learn that I can share with you? And what I learned is experience is everything, right? So imagine that we are in an experience economy. So you're here today. You've had a couple of days of sessions. What has been your experience, right? What it matters for you to be here and to walk away from this exercise, this boot camp, is your experience. This is what you are going to carry with you longer. And what we realize is that in the experience economy, you have to connect the management of those experiences, either coming from your customers, coming from your products. We just heard a very interesting experience that's coming from the launch of a product. How much information we can get out of that launch. So that information that's also involving your employees, people that are working with you, how is their experience? That experience might affect the experience of your products and your customers overall, and also your brand. And then you connect that experience data with the most operational data you have. So experience economy, and I'm going to go more in details for you, is the merge between experience data and operational data. Now, if experience is everything, what are the core competencies of experience? You're building your startup. You need to make sure you have 4 things as part of your startup. Number 1, you need to have purpose. You need to have leadership, and combine that, right? So is your leaders consistently clear and well-articulated set of values? So do you have values as part of your organization? Here we have also a compelling brand value. Right? I'm happy that I just had a session here once again that gave you ideas of how you can make your brand great when you launch it. But that's not enough. So now we need to look at your employees. How is the engagement of your people? How you manage that? Your people, your talents, are the ones that will give you the next wave of growth in your organization. But not only that, how connected are your customers to you? So 4 core competencies that's coming from research that tells us what are the focus we need to have. And out of that, we can deep dive into operational data and experience data. What does that mean? If there is one thing that I would like you to walk away today, is the understanding that you need to combine both in order to make your startup successful. When I talk about operational data, I talk about things like win rate, inventory turnover, financials, employee attrition, things that demonstrate what you have, the what type of data, right? So if you have systems, if you're collecting data from your systems, you know what is happening. And this is quite important type of data. You can react to what's happening, right? But is that enough in the experience economy? I would say no, because on the other side of that equation, you have the experience data. And this is the new frontier, right? Most of the startups represented here, they are doing something that change the experience of a specific industry. I've seen people doing something around education. Who's having a startup on education here? It's really great what you're doing. You're trying to change experience around education. So how much do you know of the experience of students today in order to bring that together with the operational data that your system might be generating, or maybe a different third-party system? The more you know, things like satisfaction, things like intent, things like engagement or feedback. This is the why data. The operational data is about what. The X data is about why. How much do you know why customers want to engage with you? And in a nutshell, this means you are operating with empathy. Empathy means that you feel on someone's shoes and you walk with them. And for you to do that, it's not enough for you to know operationally how they are transacting with you. You need to go beyond. Is that clear so far? Does that make sense to you? Yes.
So good morning. You just explained the operational data and the experience data. As most of us have technology projects and we do data collection all the time. So I'd like to know what triggers that will help us to find the data points other than the typical data we have, like the customer information, their experience, blah, blah, blah. Because we are collecting data all through the journey, and we don't want to miss data. Data is like gold nowadays. So what triggers can give us indication that this is a data point? Focus on this. This is a data point. Focus on this. Thank you.
That's an excellent question. So what are the touch points of your journey that gives you the opportunity to generate experience data? Any idea? So I have education. Let's keep on the education space, right? So I have a student, right? What's the first thing a student might go through in education, right? I was looking at someone searching for MBA, right? So there is a searching of MBA courses out there, right? So if I hit one of those ads, or if I hit the website of the MBA, right? So why are you looking for an MBA? Or, okay, I know you are a lead, right? And I have a number of leads that tells me what the business is looking for. But wait a second. I want to ask you your feedback about education. So what would you expect from education? So in effect, what we realize is every touch point, you can just turn to collect feedback that is about the experience, the human feelings. Here, why data is the human feelings. It's not only about the data collection, right? It's about how you use that data collection moment to collect the right kind of information. Because operational data, there is a lot. And I think most of the big data wave, and I've been hired in SAP 5 years ago to head big data. And at that point in time, most of our attention was about operational big data, right? Pictures and things, everything that's out there to collect operationally what's going on. But what we realized is, wait a second, now we have done it. We collected all data possible operationally, but we have no clue whatsoever about the behavior of people. So it was not about the touch points. I think we know the touch points. You're leaving a website. You're doing commerce and you're leaving the website. Maybe the website asks you a feedback. Say, hey, why are you leaving? Can you share a feedback with us that helps us to understand you? Right? This is touch points that you turn your focus on collecting that kind of data. I will get some examples on that for you guys. Now, moving forward. So if you have empathy in the business, and now there are digital technologies that can help you. What can we do with the digital technologies out there? All right, let me share with you a couple of examples of what the technology is doing for some of the companies I've been working with. So first, technology can help us inspire people. This is the first best application you can give to technology. Second, you have to fulfill expectations after you inspire people. And after that, you need to make sure that your technology is helping all the stakeholders to live at their best. Let's see some examples on that. First, how we can use technology to inspire. Have any of you heard of digital twins before? Show of hands that you have heard of digital twins. A digital twin is a virtual representation of you or of an object. Right? So I can have, in this case, an avatar that is pretty much you, and I have a 3D model of you, and that avatar generation can help me do business. How? Let's see. So imagine you are on your house trying to find a suit for your next wedding, or maybe to come to university. I heard that your dress code here is suits. But then you start the journey there, and when you go to the shop, someone is talking to you in a very personalized way because they know all the details about you. You're merging the digital world with the physical world. How you make that bridge? By having information of you in that world. This is the first example. The second example is what we are doing with Adidas. Imagine 3D printing. Everybody talking about 3D printing. Now, if I have a digital twin of you, right? I have the 3D dimensions of you, and I have 3D printing facilities in a mall. What can I do with that? May I be able to personalize some clothes that's specifically to you? Would that change the way I operate with my consumers, the way I inspire my consumers to consume my clothes? Is it the technology affecting fashion? Right? So if you are having startups on the fashion space, maybe you can create a digital twin, and that digital twin can help you drive more business. Let's see more about that. Sorry? If they see value, they might share, but I will touch that in a second. It's quite important point. Just going a little bit beyond of the power of the technology. Maybe for the ladies would be nice, the fashion example, but what about the guys? How do you do your grocery? Right? Is it possible to do your grocery using a chatbot capability? So chatbot is the technology. The application of chatbots to do commerce, to purchase a piece of bread and get it delivered to your house. This is how we can use the technology with purpose, to inspire the customers to interact, to transact with you in a more meaningful way. Just going back to the augmented reality space, you want a new shoes, right? But you don't want to go into the store. What if you use your phone with augmented reality and now looking at the shoes that you might like, right? So you can have a bunch of shoes, augmented reality showing in your feet right away. Would that be a great way to use augmented reality for a meaningful shopping experience? Yeah? The same way we have Jackie. For the ladies in the room, your problems are sorted. Jackie, she created a machine learning algorithm that you can take a picture of your feet. It creates a 3D model of your feet using your phone, the same way we get the face recognition. Just turn it, you get to your feet, and it has a marketplace that brings to you all sorts of shoes according to your preference. How cool is that? Imagine the first step of discovery, right, in the shopping experience. How much you can optimize that with this kind of capabilities. And again, guys, I'm showing those examples to you because you want to use technology in your startup environment to inspire your users, to inspire your customers. So going back to your question, so if I have an individual here that I'm going to inspire, and I need information to do that, right? I need to make sure I have their identity right. I need to make sure that I have the consent to use that information, and I need to make sure that that profile is well taken care, right? That's where machine learning can help us big time. I can have that virtual representation of an individual, but I can do that by building that identity progressively. As you're creating your startup, go back to the core principle of your startup, which is the data that you're handling, right? Think of building identity of your users progressively. They will come to you anonymously. But over time, as you earn their trust, as you add value to them, they will be sharing more information with you. And when you get to that level of advocacy of your user, of your customer, you have actually built a permission-based profile, which you have much more information, you can add much more value to them, and you need to make sure you take care of that data like never before. Make sense? Now, if I have all those ingredients in place, I have the preferences control, I have all control of the data to the user, what can I do? So imagine this experience we have done here with the Unveil. It's a mall. There are a lot of shopping retailers that you can go around. But the user is one, walks around with a mobile app. I have consent of information that I can instantly exchange information as I go. I can be in front of a shop, and through the location, I can have actually information about the shop. I can go, I can make the payment using the app. The journey from beginning to end is being taken care because I have the trust, because I have information, because the individual knows, the user knows what to expect from your platform. This is why when you inspire and you have trust with the data, it makes sense from a business perspective. So good job. You have inspired your customer. Now, I have news for you. You need to fulfill that expectation, right? So what can we do to fulfill expectations? This is where things becomes a little bit harder, right? So let's talk about that. Companies, to fulfill expectations better, they're talking about digital transformation. Who have heard of digital transformation before? Right? So lots of people talking about digital transformation. But what does that really mean? What's the end goal of a digital transformation? Any idea? So my suggestion is a digital transformation makes your enterprise intelligent using technology, right? So there are three components of an intelligent enterprise that I'm going to share with you today, and for you to see that you can fulfill any expectation if you get it right. So the first here is that you have the ability to manage your business processes end to end, right? I know business processes, every time we bring the word process is boring, but trust me, there is no business if you don't have business processes working well, right? You can have that nice health app, but if that health app doesn't connect back to your hospital, to your claim, and everything else, that will not work. So what can we do in the technology space to get to that level? So imagine this e-commerce website. They are from Norway, right? Complete Group. So they've done a very good job on selling consumer electronics online, which is a completely different ballgame from grocery. Now they need to do grocery online, right? So what is very important about grocery is like inspiring the customer. I showed you a chatbot that can inspire. But also in the grocery space, you need to deliver the grocery fast, right? Because I need bread in my house, I need milk, and I need it like now. So this company, in order to get to that level, they have to integrate the commerce capabilities all the way to the transportation capabilities, all the way to the warehouse management capabilities. So that end-to-end integration of business processes gave them the ability to inspire customers online, but also deliver the products as everybody expects. So just want you to remember, I'm not going to boil down here, if you are building a startup that you are inspiring people, the second step, you need to make sure you fulfill that expectation. And that requires end-to-end processes, right? So imagine that here, I have now companies that are doing different kind of purposes. They have to be open for data. So I have my own data, and I have third-party data coming to me. As part of an intelligent enterprise, we need to be able to receive data anywhere they are available. So consider this. In Buenos Aires, there is a big issue. Thankfully, we don't have that issue here, which is, floods, right? So when it rains, there is flooding all over the place. Now, the government would have a lot of data from their systems, from their financials, everything. But now, there is a new kind of data coming from sensor technology that gives IoT, gives sensor data about the areas that might be at risk. That sensor data goes back to their systems, right, which is existing systems, and they can activate, dispatch everybody that goes and fix the problem even before they occur, right? If I'm able to do that by embracing different kind of technologies coming from sensors that are installed across the city now, and I connect that to the systems that the city already use, what does that mean? It means that I can prevent a big flood to affect the city big time, right? So you need to be open for external data. Your startup will be hungry with data, and you need to be able to use that in a much more agile way. The same way here in Norway, we have bridges, right? How you make sure that bridge is safe? You need also to do the same. You need to collect data from sensors that you can use that for the maintenance of the bridge itself to predict that there might be an issue that you have to fix up front, right? So how much infrastructure we have in the region here? How much data is there, idle, nobody's actually collecting, that could be part of your startup for you to make a difference. Make sense? Now, the final step here is that technology is always evolving. We call that intelligent technologies. There is no point anymore to pinpoint and say machine learning or blockchain or any of these. It's all of those together. And next year there will be more, and next year will be more. So how you make sure you always embrace those technologies to your company, how you make sure that your technology platform is always evolving, right? Here is where we see things like the capabilities of chatbots being embedded in your current product offerings. Let's say you launch an e-commerce. This is what we're doing with Pandora, right? But now people are lazy. They just don't want to go and click around and find the product. They actually want a chatbot, which is your personal assistant, that as you are connecting to that chatbot, which is a virtual person talking to you basically, right? You don't need any human person doing that interaction. It guides you through the website in real time and gets you to the product that you're looking for. So you are using technology for an existing technology, which is a normal website, in order to help your individual user to actually find your product and consume your product. The same way here, we can use object detection, right? So if you're doing something with car dealers out there, this is a great idea for you. So you go out on the street, you find the car of your dream. You take a picture of that car, right? Immediately, through the object detection, there is an algorithm that understands that this is X model and shows you where is the next dealer that you can find that specific product, and that actually helps you to configure the car of your dreams in real time. So through a picture, I have the object detection, and I have a new way of interacting with my user, and the whole dealership environment changes because of that, right? So they're actually embedding intelligent technologies, in this case, object detection, machine learning algorithms, deep learning algorithms, in order to make the business grow. Right? So if you're into the insurance, it's pretty much the same idea here. I take a picture, and I have an automation of my claim process, right? So the algorithm understands the problem and speed up the process of claiming right away. So the message here is intelligent technologies, machine learning, artificial intelligence, blockchain, all those technologies, they are meaningless if there is no business outcome related to that. Right? So we don't need you to be experts in the technology. We need you to be experts in the business outcome of the technology. This is what is going to differentiate you, not the technology utilization by itself. Okay, so one last thing here is the way we are interacting with the technology. This is changing, right? And this is important for us to be more efficient on the way we handle things. Imagine that systems, they are pretty much out there for you to do anything you want, but now the systems are becoming more proactive towards you, right? So imagine you have a situation handling, right? A proactive system that displays the issues requiring attention, right? Even automatically providing that relevant information and actions in one place. What does that mean, right? So I have a system here, is a procurement kind of system. I have to do purchase, right? And I have to deal with, vendors, invoices. Imagine a person that deals with that, what they go through. But if I have an assistant like that, that shows me that there is an area that I have to put my attention directly, the system is being proactive to me. It's a big trend we see, and the next wave of that trend are the conversational systems, right? So here I have an important meeting. So the guys from SIA Partners, you can actually benefit a lot from that. You're busy people flying all over the place. So you can get, through talking, what's your gross margin, what's your growth, how you prepare for your meeting. So through a conversational interface, the system now is helping you to achieve your goals. Make sense? Perfect. So it means you are able to ingest data anywhere, any kind of data. It means you can smartify the data. I even created a word here for you, smartify, right? It means using that data in a smart way. But also use that to the right process, right? And maybe an entire life cycle of a startup would be to do this one process better. And that could be a big startup by itself. And then you can achieve the so desired business outcome. And what is next? Let's see if you guys are really up to date here. What I do next? What's the step number 5? Forecasting? You were just saying something? Very good. You're paying attention big time. So you start again. No rocket science, guys. Here is a matter of going from the digital mile. You have data, yes, but how do you apply that data to the right business outcome? This is the digital mile. Like the last mile in delivery, we have the digital mile as well for digital transformation. Good, so where we see that applied in a very big scale, right? So think of Walmart. So Walmart, they have a big event in the year. What is that? Black Friday, right? So Black Friday, so 245 million customers, 11,000 stores, 27 countries, right? So they have a lot of data. So what they're doing using this mindset and process at scale is this. So Black Friday is happening at the East Coast, okay? Great stuff. They go, do all the promotions, collect data, they understand why people are doing the purchase of which product, they understand operationally what carton abandonment is out there, what is the things that are happening. So they have an understanding. To do what? To immediately apply the learnings to the Black Friday starting on the West Coast. So in a matter of a day, I have the learnings at very large scale, data and interactions, and I'm applying that in a different fashion, and a different kind of usage of that. So it completely differentiates the way they go to market in the second region, right? So we need to start now thinking to do things in a more real-time fashion, because this is where the technology is driving us. Good. So in terms of process, how we do this, right? So pretty much we have a design-led methodology that helps us to figure out those use cases. It takes people, multidisciplinary teams. It takes process and interactive design mindsets to get there, and also space. And I'm very happy to see that you have here great space for those ideation sessions. And what we do is to take advantage of the human factor, technology factor, and business factor. Most of the things I've been talking to you here takes advantage of the technology factor, so you understand the technology. It understands the business outcome, but also you're taking the experience behind that in order to create your startup, right? So we go through a process of discover, design, and deliver, right? Which in an interactive way, you can create your idea and you can scale the ideas that work and you can discard the ideas that doesn't work. No rocket science. I think you have done a lot of sessions around that, and that's exactly what we do in very large corporations as well. Good. So we've done a very interesting case here in the UAE using that process for energy. Right? Imagine you have malls. Malls, one of the big tickets in those malls are energy consumption, right? How we can use machine learning to reduce energy consumption is start cooling the region, right? It's good for the environment, it's good for the bottom line of that company, and it's possible to use data coming from different variables, so temperature, foot traffic, holidays and events, days of the week, seasonality, and also the feedback from people consuming the space at the mall, right? So all that data was out there. Nobody was using it. Right? When we came in using this approach of creatively looking to the problem differently, what happens? We figure out a use case of machine learning for saving energy up to the level of 15 to 32%. You know how much is the energy bill of a mall? In the hundreds of millions. If you save 15 to 30% of that energy bill, I think it's a good business case. And not only that, for the environment, that makes a lot of sense. So we also see a final tip for you, platforms emerging. Right? So as much as you can connect suppliers and providers of solutions for someone that has a demand, this is a big opportunity for you. And I see some of the projects are doing this as well. Here we are looking at malls as well. In those malls, the mall themselves become a platform. So they gather data across the mall. This is in Germany. And here we have the ability to give a correlation between the weather and the footfall, which is common for everybody. So the mall operates as the platform that gives information, and the retailers, they can organize their business around that kind of information. There are two things that could happen here. Either the tenants of the mall will pay more as a premium for that specific information to be in that mall, or they can actually differentiate themselves. So as a retailer, you can be in my mall and not in the other mall because here we make your sales more efficiently. So enabling platforms of suppliers and who consume that supply, this is where we see a big trend going forward. So finally, we need to go back and help people to live at their best. Every stakeholder. This is where I want you to remember once again. It's about the why things are happening combined with what's happening. If there's one thing you can do in your startup to be successful, bring that together, and this is my message to you. So we're doing that with employees, like in the case of Volkswagen. So if I understand the experience of my employees in the dealership space, I can actually use that information to serve better my people. Or you can go to an airline like JetBlue that we're collecting the experience of the passenger as they go through the airport or they go through the aircraft. And we can automatically affect the operations because we know why they are feeling the way they are feeling. So you can apply that in real life. And finally, we do this not only because of profits, even though using intelligent technologies, digital capabilities can drive a lot of profits, but also because there is purpose behind all of this, right? So we can make our life much better. We can create abundance, access to people. You need to make a startup that actually have a purpose, right? And this is the win-win for the world that we see by using those technologies. With that, I thank you very much for your time, and I'm open for questions. Any questions? If not, good, we can go for lunch.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Pedro. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for a 1-hour lunch, and then we'll be back to continue the sessions. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting in a minute, so may I request everyone to go back there to their seats, please? Thank you. Huh? A boomerang. Sarah, it's not cold. Huh? I know, I'm so happy. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting right now, please. Yeah, Roberto. Roberto for innovation. Innovation session. Oh God, it's so cold. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to move to our next session. Our next session is everyone can be innovative, and we will let you know how you can be that. The session is by Roberto from SIA Partner.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have the best session of the day. after you guys eating lunch. Now I have to entertain you for a little bit. So let's try. Okay. Yeah, my name is Roberto Wiskowski, and I heard that you actually need to listen to this to get a certificate. Is that right? So the most important thing is to remember the last name. If you spell it at the end of the session, then you get your certificate. Is that good? So I'll give you a few seconds. Okay, enough. All right, so we're here to talk about innovation and how to, let's say, crack the code of innovation, to learn from other organizations. And my objective here is to give you let's say, the key learnings from other organizations and what are the things that you should not try when you're going to innovate in your companies, okay? So we're gonna take a step back a little bit, go back to the basics in a way. For some of you, it might be basic, for some of you, actually essential. But we'll start with this question, okay? And I would like to hear from you guys. Why do you think you're innovating? Or why do you think your companies are bringing innovation into your ecosystem? Anyone? And again, I don't know your companies and what you do. Yeah.
You're bringing something new to the industry or to the consumer.
Okay, why you need to bring something new?
So if there is an issue, you need to fix it, but fix it in a creative way, easier than the traditional methodology to solve this problem.
Good. So he mentioned a few things, right? So solving a problem, that's great. And I heard before, I saw the picture of the guy in pain early today. That's very powerful. What else? Yes, go ahead.
To stay competitive in the market.
To improve our services.
Okay, to stay competitive. So we talk about competition, right? What happens if we don't stay relevant, for example? Some companies disappear, right? So we see many examples out there, and some of us lived through this. And we've seen that they disappear. And how come we're not learning from these guys, right? Are we? Are we paying attention to what's happening to these companies? Sorry, excuse my voice. So I'm sure that if you go to one of your grandmother's house, or even at your house, if you go to that closet, at the end of the hall, nobody goes to that closet. You pick up a box, you open it, you find some pictures, and you turn it, and you will see Kodak, right? That company was very, very relevant. What happened to these guys? Anybody? It's not fully gone, but they're not the same, right? So these companies, some of these companies are not as relevant as today, and I'm sure, how many of you are watching Netflix nowadays? You have too much time. So if I tell you that Blockbuster was a very relevant company to watch movies, right? You go there and rent at the location. When Netflix disrupted that model, right? And to a point that Netflix was suggesting Blockbuster to buy Netflix. And they say, no, we're good. We're not going to go into that space. And what happened to Blockbuster? No longer there. So some of these companies stop changing, stop observing, right? And this is, to me, one of the key learning points, and you probably know some of the stories, and you hear it too many times, but we lose the focus on what are we missing here? Do we need to observe more? And some of these companies already exist today, and they're around us. Some disappear, but let's look at big companies out there, right? Everybody knows what the Fortune 500 is? Yes? Yeah? So the largest and most successful companies in the world, right? In 60 years, so roughly 3 generations, how many companies do you think still remain in that list? Anybody? So you raise your hand if you think that 5%. More? 5%? Okay. 10%? 5 to 10% of them? So 10% would be 50 companies, if my math is right. So 50 out of 500 is still there? No? Say no, sir? Less? Less than 50? All right. Who thinks that more than 50 companies are still there? Maybe. So the right answer is 12. So imagine in 60 years, in 60 years, a huge amount of companies are no longer at the top of the game. And if you look at the list, some of them are companies that have been founded during our lifetime, right? Or even after some of us graduated from college. So this is incredible. What's changing out there? What's creating this change or making these companies disappear? Anyone? It's innovation, but who's changing? Us, right? We are making this happen. We are the ones that are demanding more things, new things, and the time is getting shorter and shorter. So the companies that are actually still there, and here you have some examples. I'm going to use one of them, General Electric. Everybody knows this company? So these guys managed to invent the light bulbs, but they also have washing machines, right? They have fridges, they have a, investment arm. What are these guys doing nowadays? Did you hear the concept of digital twins before? So that's what they do, and these guys aspire to be one of the, if not the number one of the most relevant software companies in the world. So everybody's shifting, and if you see what they've been doing, they're shifting towards assets that are intangible assets. So there's no more tangible things, right, that you can sell and trade, but more intangible assets. And that's where value is coming from. You heard from the other presentations about information and data, and how do we make data smarter, right? But what else is there? There's a huge component of perception as well, and solving the problems. So I'm going to talk to you about more examples of companies that have been quite successful, and we know them, all right? Some of them. I'm going to pick just one of the bunch. I'm sure you know most of these companies, but I'm going to focus on Enterprise. This one down there. How many of you know Enterprise? Raise your hand. Enterprise, this company? You know them? No? How many of you know car rental companies? Just any name? Avis, Budget, these guys? Yeah? So these guys own them, right? So these guys are the largest car rental company in the world. And it happened in recent years, not a long time ago, like the traditional ones that you always heard of. How do they do this? And this is the key thing that we need to consider for your companies, to keep this in mind so you can innovate, you can add new value. So if you go to rent a car, where do you traditionally go to get it? Anyone? If you need to rent a car? The airport, right? So that's a good point. So if you think about the service being delivered at the airport, well, these guys took the model, the traditional model, and they thought, in a city, there's a lot of people at the airport, right? But maybe there's more people that are not at the airport. So what if we take the model and we disrupt the model, and instead of being at the airport, we're going to be somewhere else but the airport. So that's the first shift, okay, that they did. Second, when you rent a car, you rented to travel most of the time. But the people that are not at the airport are not travelers. So here we go again. Disrupt the model once again. So what are we going to rent this car for? And then we're solving a problem. It's for people that need a substitute. And when you need a substitute, you need it at your office, you need it at your home. So they change the model again, right? So you take a traditional model, and what I'm trying to say is, like, you don't need to copycat others, but observe what others are doing and try to flip the model and see what happens. All right? Just the way these guys did. Airport, I go to the other side, not airport. Let's see what happens. Challenge the norm. If it's travelers, we're going to go to non-travelers. You going to an office? No, we're going to your home. Right? So if you apply that logic and you see all these companies out here, all of them, every single one of them stay relevant or innovated in the market by doing that technique. So, in the Global Innovation Management Institute, you've seen our logo around, and we represent them as SEA partners. We looked at all these companies to find out what is the entry point of every single one of them contributing to their success when it comes to innovation, right? So it's one of many or this. of these aspects. So some of them actually change their business model, the way they operate. And I know that you've been asked many times to prove your business model, to focus on what is your business model specifically. Okay, that's extremely important. You see it there. Second one, the way you produce. Okay, you saw some examples before. For example, Dell. Everybody's familiar with Dell. When they come up in the market, the way they put together the computers was different. No, in the before Dell, you have to go to a store to get the computer, and it's whatever was there. Here you can configure it, right, and deliver it. So production, the offering, a new product, a new service that didn't exist before. Just like the example that I explaining about enterprise. The delivery channels, once again, enterprise. You're delivering at the airport, deliver somewhere else, okay? And then you have the market. What kind of branding, positioning, or experience you put to the picture? Good example here in the branding, and when we talked about the value related to intangible assets is Apple, right? Apple, if you compare the phones, sorry for the Apple lovers, all right? But if you compare, put a bunch of phones next to each other, they all have almost the same functionality, right? Some of them actually have better cameras. That's why you have the new Apple emphasizing better cameras nowadays. But if you look at the price point, right, the value that we're paying is all about the perception of the brand. So that's something also very important to consider. And not only when you actually do your companies and your startups, but also the partnerships that you choose, right? One of the points here, it talks about partnerships. No, if we are, I forgot to mention that in the operating model, the business model, who are those partners that you choose? And the norm is being changed completely in this regard. You see that Apple's screen is actually provided by Samsung, right? And the more, again, to the business model, the more phones Apple is selling, the more money Samsung is making. So here we go. Instead of being competitors, we take the model and said, who are my competitors? We shift the model, we disrupt the model, and now we turn competitors into partners and see what happens. And I'm sure that both of them are very happy to work with each other because both are making a lot of money, right? So look at your ideas. What I'm trying to encourage you to do here is look at your own startups, your own ideas, the way you actually operating or you envision to operate them, and assess your ideas or your concepts, looking at all these different dimensions and see what else can I shift or change moving forward, all right? Learning from others, that's also very important. Learning from other models. There's a lot of models. You heard a lot of things here today, and you hear more, and we're staying here for a while. Please go and talk to us. We can exchange more information about this. So if we put this in the context of a framework, there are many examples. One of them is McDonald's. How many of you know McDonald's? I didn't ask you if you like McDonald's. I didn't ask that question. I asked if you know them. Yes. So do you think it's innovative, this company? You see, again, you're thinking with your stomach. You think with this one. Is it an innovative company or no? When they started, yes. All right, so let's see some of the examples in the model, okay? If you look at the customers, what kind of customers do they focus on in McDonald's? Kids? Only kids? They use it to bring the parents. Okay, who else has done this that you know of? What other companies they focus on kids to bring everybody else? Almost all retail companies, right? What about Apple? Going back to your Apple. What kind of customer they focus on when they launch the iPhone for the first time? Teenagers, right? And why that? Why do they do this? Why do they focus on teenagers or these guys and kids? Because they're not alone, right? They always have even teenagers, they have parents. So your market automatically is expanding, right? And your access to money is expanding. So that's something to consider. I don't know your ideas. I have no clue if what your concepts actually have an impact on kids, right? But look at the life cycle of your solution and try to expand it as much as possible. These guys, they knew precisely what to do to expand the life cycle of the value proposition as long as possible. If you take a kid, then you have the whole life to work with them, right? Eventually they become parents and they have their own kids, etc. That's not going to change. Last time I checked, we're still having children, we're still growing as a society, so that's not been disrupted. So focus, maybe that's one aspect that we can look at it. All right? What else is there? The ways to deliver, disrupted completely. Right? These are the guys that created the drive-through. Now, everybody else copied it. What do you find in McDonald's, typically, when you travel? Well, there's high population, right? High traffic of people. So exposure is important. This, only because they put this, the company grew dramatically, because they were accessing all that population. Wherever you need to eat food quick, stop and go. No, gas stations, stop and go. So that's an innovative way to be in the right place. So you see locations, occasions, and channel to be at the right place at the right time. Okay? The offerings, well, I don't need to tell you that they're change the offering constantly just to keep people interested in their product. So this is something that for your solutions, how do you scale it up? What other features can you incorporate, right? Moving forward. The Happy Meals, and this is one of my favorite, and this is in the, the way to produce is industrialized. That's, you know that. But when we focus on the Happy Meal, why Happy Meal? Children again. But if I tell you, and the reason why is my favorite, these guys were launching the Happy Meal losing money, right? So I don't know you, but I'm also an investor and an entrepreneur. You know, if you start launching something purposely to lose money, it's very difficult to sell, right? If you tell someone, I'm going to launch this product, and I know I'm going to lose money, and I'm going to lose money forever in this product. But the main purpose is to attract those customers so you make money on everything else, right? Have you ever wondered, is Happy Meals too cheap for all the things that you're getting in there? Well, there you go. So what is your Happy Meal? Think about that. No, it's not, how can we apply this Happy Meal to your concept? Is there a feature, is something that we can change or incorporate to create the same effect? Maybe. The partners that you choose, extremely important. I give you the example of Samsung and Apple, but these guys, they have other partners. Again, ones that add to the brand, and again, the ones that add to the value proposition, etc., right? So, in other words, if you want your concepts, okay, to add value and to be disruptive, and to stay a long time, you need to focus in one, if not all these points that are on the screen. The first one, are the trends. So what are the key trends? So you've seen some other presentations here. What are the key trends that are in the market? What's happening with us? Where do we see each other in the future? What's of value in the future? Because that will make your concepts to live longer, all right? The other one is the basic needs. And I heard earlier today something about Uber and Kareem. Is that, do they actually serve a basic need? You think? Yeah, it's transportation. We have to move from one place to another. And then many examples I'll show in a minute, all right? And then the business models. If it's an easy business model, and that as a startup, and you guys, I think, are in the early stages, you need to prove your business model, test it as much as possible, okay? Not only with your friends, but, you know, just go out there and get as many tests and feedback as possible, because you tend to, and I speak for experience, we tend to fall in love with our own business model, right? That doesn't work. You need to go out there, right, and test it. And then, of course, other capabilities. Now, the trends that you see out there, most of us want to be okay with the environment. So if it's something that helps the environment, I think my friend Pedro was talking about earlier today, saving energy for the malls, okay? So that's not only contributing financially to that organization, but also, you know, saving energy, okay, for all of us. If it's having a high connectivity, we're hyper-connected today. So how do we connect our concept to many other concepts and get data points as much as possible? That's for sure will add a lot of value. Anything related to health, okay, we all want to live forever and have a healthier lifestyle. And of course, the use of robots, and this is not necessarily the physical robots, but some of the, when you hear algorithms, machine learning, you know, using that capability that exists to support your ideas. And again, and I totally agree with what something that was said here before, and that's probably why we're going 2 steps back to focus on the basics. Do not focus on the solution, but focus on the impact, right? Eventually, you have to look at a specific technology that is going to help you, okay? And I'm now referring to the robots. But what is the impact that this is going to create? That's more important, because later on, the technology will change, all right? But if you're actually contributing to human needs, okay, specific human needs, you may pivot the technology. As long as you're providing the value, you'll stay relevant, okay? And we have many examples of organizations out there that have done that. So some of the human needs, basic human needs, safety and security, you have some example there. Sense of belonging or love, that's also a human need, a basic human need. You see Skype, everybody knows Skype? Yeah? So we use it to connect with friends and family, right, abroad. And that was the main essence, right, of purpose or impact that this is creating. It still works, right? Actually, many Skypes came online after that, right? For a reason, because this is fulfilling something deep that lasts a long time in our society. You have, again, a peace of mind. You have the TripAdvisor and also Uber, okay? Often when we saw Uber coming, the beginning was, we saw it from the technological point of view, right? From the app and what happened to the taxi drivers in New York, etc. But if they wouldn't have thought about this basic human need of transportation, for sure it wouldn't have been this successful, right? So the tools and the technology come later. The basics, let's say, or the impact is the one that you need to test as much as possible. And of course, what is the relevance of your business model? Also key. I'm gonna focus on Nespresso. Everybody knows Nespresso? Yeah, did you drink enough after lunch? No? All right. So amazing business model, right? You buy very expensive coffee pots, right? Coffee existed already. You can make coffee in many, many different ways. But these guys actually make, the more pots you drink, the more money they make. And they're not in charge of the machine. The machine is somebody else's. As a matter of fact, they make very little money in the machine. What they're selling is the refills. Is that new model? No, it's not. If anybody, not that I shave a lot, obviously, but if anybody shaves, maybe a little bit, you're probably same team, yeah, a little bit, right? Those guys in Gillette, that's how they make money, no? It's your refills, it's disposables. So I'm not saying that your concepts need to have disposables, but how can this apply to your concept? Have you thought about this? Try to mimic what these guys are doing, because that will create an impact, okay, for you. The good and bad news is that time is getting shorter and shorter, okay? So it's really good because we have the opportunity to bring more value in a short period of time, but it also might be not very good news for all of us, because if you don't catch those opportunities quick, somebody else will do. Customers may pivot again, and you have to provide more solutions. So we don't have, let's say, we're having less and less time to prove ourselves and our solutions in the market. If you see the years, okay, that took these guys to disrupt some of these industries, is getting shorter. So what about your concepts? You know, how long do we have? And that's why we sort of in a race to test and to grab those investments, okay, to grow. Because if you take too long, somebody else will do it. All right? So how do we, and I'll play a short video here. How do we master this innovation techniques? Okay, another way to look at this.
For the past 5 years, I've been investigating this question of where good ideas come from. It's the kind of problem I think all of us are intrinsically interested in. We want to be more creative. We want to come up with better ideas. We want our organizations to be more innovative. I've looked at this problem from an environmental perspective. What are the spaces that have historically led to unusual rates of creativity and innovation? And what I've found in all of these systems, there are these recurring patterns that you see again and again that are crucial to creating environments that are unusually innovative. One pattern I call the slow hunch, that breakthrough ideas almost never come in a moment of great insight, in a sudden stroke of inspiration. most important ideas take a long time to evolve, and they spend a long time dormant in the background. It isn't until the idea has had 2 or 3 years, sometimes 10 or 20 years to mature, that it suddenly becomes accessible to you and useful to you in a certain way. And this is partially because good ideas normally come from the collision between smaller hunches, so that they form something bigger than themselves. So you see a lot in the history of innovation, cases of someone who has half of an idea. There's a great story about the invention of the World Wide Web and Tim Berners-Lee. This is a project that Berners-Lee worked on for 10 years. But when he started, he didn't have a full vision for this new medium he was going to invent. He started working on one project as a side project to help him organize his own data. He scrapped that after a couple years, and he started working on another thing. And only after about 10 years did the full vision of the World Wide Web come into being. That is, more often than not, how ideas happen. They need time to incubate, and they spend a lot of time in this partial hunch form. The other thing that's important when you think about ideas this way is that when ideas take form in this hunch state, they need to collide with other hunches. Oftentimes, the thing that turns a hunch into a real breakthrough is another hunch that's lurking in somebody else's mind. And you have to figure out a way to create systems that allow those hunches to come together and turn into something bigger than the sum of their parts. That's why, for instance, the coffee house in the age of the Enlightenment, or the Parisian salons of modernism, were such engines of creativity, because they created a space where ideas could mingle and swap and create new forms. When you look at the problem of innovation from this perspective, it sheds a lot of important light on the debate we've been having recently about what the internet is doing to our brains. Are we getting overwhelmed with an always connected, multitasking lifestyle? And is that going to lead to less sophisticated thoughts as we move away from the slower, deeper, contemplative state of reading, for instance? Obviously, I'm a big fan of reading. But I think it's important to remember that the great driver of scientific innovation and technological innovation has been the historic increase in connectivity and our ability to reach out and exchange ideas with other people and to borrow other people's hunches and combine them with our hunches and turn them into something new. That really has, I think, been, more than anything else, the primary engine of creativity and innovation over the last 600 or 700 years. And so yes, it's true we're more distracted. But what has happened that is really miraculous and marvelous over the last 15 years is that we have so many new ways to connect and so many new ways to reach out and find other people who have that missing piece that will complete the idea we're working on, or to stumble serendipitously across some amazing new piece of information that we can use to build and improve our own ideas. That's the real lesson of where good ideas come from, that chance favors the connected mind.
Thank you. So what's relevant for us here? And earlier today, I heard our friend Asher saying, you know, don't be lazy and go out there and have 100 meetings, right, when you're hunting for funding. But what about when you're scaling up or growing your ideas, right? This is extremely important. You need to exchange those ideas and test your ideas and connect those ideas as much as possible with other people, right? So you may have something huge that you think is big and is going to solve a big problem, but the more you exchange with others, and I wonder, and again, I don't know exactly what your concepts are, but I wonder if we could sort of cross-pollinate some of the ideas that you have today, right? If we connect some of these concepts, you may get something bigger, or just by having a conversation and explaining your concept to somebody else, maybe they give you that missing piece, no, that you needed to scale it up. So the more dots and the more ideas that you create and you expose your concepts to the market, to other entrepreneurs, to investors, etc. That's why this is very relevant that we're here. I see that sometimes we go directly back to our task. Talk to others, right? Talk to experts, talk to us. You know, we travel all over the place. No, I spent this month, well, last month alone, I was here, I was in the US, I was also in Europe. I may meet other entrepreneurs, some of us, you know, my colleagues as well. We may have that missing thing, just one conversation. How many of you have been, for example, driving and all of a sudden you read something on a billboard and you're thinking, that's it, you know? That's your brain connecting things. So if our brain works that way, how come we're not doing the same socially when it comes to our concepts? So try again. So look at and iterate. So find ideas, connect them, and do that iteration over and over and over. Use those dimensions that I was exposing here before. Test as much as possible. Look at different, perspectives of your ideas. Okay. I know that we always have this in mind, right? So what is the end destination of the impact that we want to make? And we have this big solution in mind. But try small. Try small. And if it doesn't work, test it, kill it, right? And try again and again. Remember those big winners that we saw on the screen? Times is getting shorter, right? So the techniques, they need to adapt to this. We don't have endless time to try one concept. Test it wisely, and if it doesn't work, get rid of it. The journey, and this is, again, the way we function and the way we've been trained, our journey, our perception or expectation of the journey is like very straight, right? Where I have a problem, I create a solution, and I get a result. But it's not like that. It looks more like this, all right? Up and down, and sometimes these lines disconnect, and they need to connect later on somewhere else. So maybe it's not very encouraging, but that's, I'm not going to lie to you. We've been, personally, I've been through this as well, and I've seen many people. What you need to do is continue your journey, right? Continue forward. At the end of the day, eventually you will get some impact, but it's not a straight line, and it's not very straightforward. Not even, how many of you have discussed your concept to other people and they look at you like, I quite not get it yet? Just raise your hand. Be honest. I quite not. You heard some, right? So what is that? It's not straightforward, right? And sometimes you go backwards. Maybe you have to go and review and clean up to move forward, right? So remember that. I hope you keep that in consideration. A few key points. Don't go alone. It doesn't work. The times when we go and try to invent something alone without exposing it to others, without actually finding a team to help us, including partners, investors. I know that Asher told you different stages, but just don't work alone. It's very difficult to do it, okay? Try to team up with people to go faster. Don't go against the culture, okay? If your idea, it doesn't work in your environment, you're gonna make an effort. Maybe you're very brave, like these guys, swimming against the current. That's great. That's how all entrepreneurs feel, by the way. But it takes a long time to get up, right? Don't speak jargon. You heard it earlier before. I really like that. Don't try to impress, okay, to get success. Just show it, test it, and show it. I think if your idea is powerful and it's impactful, by showing it, people will buy it and invest in it. For example. Being too technical, too specific, it may, people don't get it. We may lose the opportunity, okay, to move forward. So and you can quote me on this, kind of dumbify it in a way, okay? Especially nowadays that we talk about technology, and there's many, many terms out there that we may or may not remember. Just show the value, show the impact. Of course, extremely important, what is your key value proposition? How are you impacting customers? No, what are you solving? What is that problem that you're solving? And this is, be ready, okay, to test this over and over and follow this, let's say, the fast track aspects, okay, for your concept to be successful. Thank you so much. We're gonna be around if you need, and if you have any questions, please shoot now or find us during the break. No issue, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. I'm going to need you actually here for the certificate. Okay. And all the participants are going to be receiving a certificate for their participation from Global Innovation Management Institution. Can I have Budur on stage and Roberto, please, to actually help give out the certificate? We start with Abdullah Zar'oni. Abdullah Zar'oni. Here you go. عايشة المصفري. عايشة. سعيد باسويدان. سعيد. خميس الشرياني. خديجة الجابري. أريام المعبري. أريام. حسنة أحمد. أريام is here. Okay. Don't want to give you a wrong name. حسنة أحمد. عدنان عبد الله. محمد الشحي. محمد الشحي. Okay. Hamid Al-Hamid. His team is going to receive it on his behalf. Aisha Hassan. I was going to take it. ناصر الحوسني. Yeah, the others are not here. Thank you so much, Roberto and Badur. Thank you. Now we're going to... Now we're going to move to our last session for today. The last session for today is Rock the Stage, Learning Techniques and Tip Regarding Storytelling and Presentation Skill by Maria from SIA Partner.
So getting ready? This work? Perfect. Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to have you here. I know that you are more excited than myself because this is the last session. So after me is the moment that you are really waiting for. It's the final time of the bootcamp to pitch in front of a jury member that we're going to have and get ready. Therefore, the content of this session is about pitching. All what I have to tell you is be ready to rock the stage. All the work that you have done, you need now to show off. When you are pitching, is the time that you have to prove that you are not only good doing some research and testing, but that you can convey the idea. If you're not able to convey the idea to your investors, how are you going to reach out to your customers? So I'm here just to share with you some insights about what not to do and what to do. But at the end, I would like to hear from you if there is anything missing or if you would like to share what are the things that you have been struggling the most so we can learn from each other. It's very little. But that's true. You know why? Because you might even have less than 3 minutes to pitch your idea when you find someone before their cell phone starts ringing. So you need to be ready for that. And at this moment, I'm pretty sure you are thinking, what is she talking about? I have it ready. I haven't done several times. And then you face the reality, you talk to investors, and while you're having this in your head, it's pretty clear, it's the world, this is what they get. So they start thinking, it's in colors, it's black, it's white, it's a mix of what? And it's just in that moment in which you lost them. Because although you are trying to catch up and you see their faces, and you're trying to overcome all those questions that you can anticipate, the truth is that they're just trying to make their own story, but not your story. And this can make you lose very important opportunities, and in startups, you don't have the luxury to do that. So I'm going to try to help you to go from what they have in mind to make a story and give it a shape. The first thing that I want to share with you is what should be a proposed structure for that shape. So it's a summary of what we have been listening between yesterday and today, and you have to start with a very good engagement intro. You want to make sure that those first 30 seconds, they are just listening to you and you don't lose them. Follow that, tell them what is the problem and the solution. Very clear. This is the pain, this is what I'm giving you, listen to me. Once they are there, you start giving them some hints about financial estimation, market. Keep it with very clear facts, because those are the things that will get the attention and they will think, okay, this person knows what he's talking about. It's not the same if I can explain to you that there is a potential market very attractive out there, that if I put a number and I can precisely tell you that there is 2 billion people having that problem that I'm trying to solve. Last but not least, show the impacts and show the results. If you are able to summarize 2 to 3 benefits that are clearly measurable and that you can bring it to the investors in case you are bringing money, but also related to the user, that will be the support and the final end for them to think, okay, this is why it's important to support this startup. This is the impact that I'm supporting, and as well, this is what I'm going to get back. Typical types of impacts and results. We can talk about financials, so what is the return, the payback, but also the impact in the society or in your performance in terms of your product. Is customer acquisition, is reach out, is market exposure, you name it. The structure doesn't change your story, and that's one of the things that you need to work on. So there are many mistakes that we can face when we are pitching. This is the top 5 that I have seen through the last years. So the first one, if I ask you, what is this picture about? Sorry? Recipe for what? A cake? For anything? Well, someone told me, oops, okay, they didn't like it, but someone told me that this was for bread, and you understood that was for a cake. The fact is that this is not a story. This is a list of ingredients. It's a list of facts, and we don't remember facts. If you try to go to the grocery shop, or if you send someone to do it, and you ask for more than 3 things, no worries. More than that, they will not come back with. So you need to create stories. It's not the same to ask to bring you 10 things that if you organize it in 3 dishes, and if you think breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Maybe easier to remember, there is the cereal with the milk and the banana, then you might like their salad, what do you put, and so on. So we remember stories, we remember big concepts, but we do not remember facts. Therefore, make a story with the previous structure, but make it real. If we talk about the purpose, make it personal if you are there, or try to make it related to someone. You can start saying, I saw the paint first when I was walking out there and I couldn't find. Therefore, there are millions like me. You can also say, we built a solution that is addressing this pain, and you close by, the problem identified is. At the end of the day, people want to know, why are you coming with this? Is there a problem? Is there a size? What is the challenge? What is the need? You need to explain what is the experience. We previously heard in one of the presentations about the user experience. The investors, they want to know how your solution is going to work. Can I visualize that happening? Is it clear for me what is going to be the experience of the user through the solution? Prove that you have tested. If you can bring facts, how many people have proven? What is the expected result? If you have a prototype, bring it. What is preventing you to bring a product if it's there, or to show the reaction of the people once they use it? The engagement level is high or is growing by. Do not forget that all the things that you have proven back then, they have a value. Even yesterday, we saw some ideas. They have an IP patent that is IP that is pending, and nobody knew it. That has value. So don't underestimate the process of the solution. How does it work? And the process of your startup, where you are going. Last but not least, make the result, and also talk about your growing opportunities. You need to show and you need to be clear what is your first stage, what are you doing at the moment, but what do you do after. All of this, tell us a story. If you want to lose them, tell them facts. Second mistake, don't think as an investor level. So it's very common when you're an entrepreneur, you get up the stage, you have been working for days, maybe weeks, or if not more, and you are so focused on, these are the sales, we are hiring people, we are developing, this is our day-to-day, and you cannot think about something else. But the truth is that the investors, they're thinking about the future. They're not thinking about the problems of today. When we talk about innovation, Roberto was sharing with you, you innovate for the future. The investor is not thinking on the amount of money that they're giving for you today to hire someone. They want to know what are the trends, where are you going in the future, what are the changes that are happening in the society that you're taking advantage of. So you need to have the mindset in which you are talking to an investor that is willing to see where the money is going to grow, and they are not that worried as you. What are you doing in your day-to-day to talk to the next potential sales? For you, now is the only time, and you have the right team. Do they know about that? If you're not able to convey the message and the urgency, they will not prioritize your opportunity. Earlier today, Asher was sharing with us how many 100 meetings you should have to reach money. Thinking in the other way, how many people reach out, those potential investors, asking for the same piece of budget? So you need to be able to convey the message of now is the moment, this is the opportunity that you are missing, and we have the unique team with the specific capabilities that is the one that is going to make this work. Can be leveraging on your passion, also on your curriculum, if you have professionals supporting you, if you have endorsement for any study, all the facts that can build up your capabilities are required. They have the money. They just need to feel safe where to put it. Number 3, when you're pitching, some people think that that's a very rational speech. So you go there, numbers are numbers, money talks. But the truth is that to be able to talk, you need to have emotions. All the warning signals, when they cannot link to you, they get a lower level of excitement. So you need to be able to get funded by people who want to connect. Emotions are there, and you cannot avoid it. It's up to you to bring them to find a way to say funded and not rejected. But it turns out that this is an art. And as any piece of art, you might like it and you might not. When you go to a museum, you might like some pieces, some other not, and that's fine. And because of that, you just need to practice. And what we need to practice is 5 to 10 times per day, per minute, if you could. Roberto was asking, how many people have you shared with your idea? And let me tell you something. When you ask for what is good and what is not, you need to be ready. Feedback is painful. Some of you already know it. Some of you like it, some of you don't like it. So the best thing that you can do, and this is a personal advice, take it as a gift. What do you do when you receive a gift? If I bring you a gift, what will you do? You pretend you're happy. Let's be true. You don't know what happened. But you say thank you. And you say thank you, and you will take that piece of advice and keep it with you. And then you will go back and you will review it. And after you review it, you can decide what I'm going to incorporate and what I'm not. Because not all the feedback will be as valuable or will be fitting within your purpose. Remember, sometimes you are approaching people that they're with a very good background, but they don't have the full picture of what are you trying to do or what is your purpose. So you have to have the objectivity to be able to take that feedback, say thank you, they're giving you their time, but then take notes on what to keep doing and what not. Be very objective. If everyone is telling you that there is a piece that is not connecting, that is distracting, that doesn't make sense, no matter how much you like it, take it out and try a new one. This one always happens. Trust me. When you're asking for money or for support to do an idea, there is a certain point in which when you really want the buy-in on the other person, we're almost begging, trust me. And this is not a matter of trust, or not a matter of how much can you cry or not. You have to prove it. So the first thing that you need to do is to understand who are you talking with. Is this a sponsor or this person have been in a similar situation? Might they be afraid about a previous experience? Is there any change in the market that is a clear threat? Those things that are obvious, or those things that are part of your past, or the people that you are talking past, you need to address them. By ignoring them, they will not disappear. So we are talking now about a new way of funding. If you try to ignore all the potential options that are out there, let me tell you something. The person that you're talking with, they know it. So don't underestimate the past experience, the previous experience, the threat, and the trends, and be brave enough to say, okay, this is the way moving forward, how I'm going to address them. It's not by begging, it's by proving. There is a difference between being unique and being rememberable. You are going to be pitching today, and you are 12 different startups. But the final pitch, by the time you reach there, the judges have seen hundreds of pitches. It's up to you to find only one aspect, one component that can make you unique and can make you memorable. It's like your personal brand. Might be your logo, might be the slogan. Why not an opening? For you to take the time to identify that 20 seconds out of your 3 minutes that someone will say, wow, that was the one, is all what you need. Remember, you're here, you're already a winner, but there are too many people talking around. There are too many people going. What is your uniqueness? Last but not least, is 3 minutes. So one of you said, it's too short the time. You can even have less. The question is, can you cut the fat? How many times have you been trying to study and your book ends up like this? Everything is important. Maria, how, come on, 3 months working on this, and now you're giving me 3 minutes. They can give you one. If you're able to convey why, what, and impact, that's it. It's not going to happen out of the sudden. You need to practice. And the only way to make sure that you're doing right is how? Iterate. Iterate and be ready. Iterating in front of the mirror doesn't work. Go out there, find people, and find out what does work. 5 easy mistakes, right? So tell story. Second. I will help you. Sorry? Exactly. So you need to move to the investor level. So not going there is a mistake. Next mistake is thinking this is rational. It's not. It's fully emotional. Then you need to practice. Don't beg for trust. Just earn it and cut the fat. Now, you make your story, and you will be very confident. You have spent half an hour every day, in the morning, in the afternoon. You write down your pitch. You prove it with people. Still have one piece for you to get. What it is? To rock the stage. So if you have your message and it sounds beautiful, then you need to deliver the message, right? It's not the same if I stay here and I talk to you and I'm making sure that you are going to fall asleep in 3, 2, 1, close your eyes now. Then if you try to wake up people because it's a difficult crowd, they're not paying attention after lunch, and you need to fulfill at the stage. So I'm going to give you 3 aspects that are in all of us, and there is not a rule to how to use it. Why there is not a rule? Because, as we said before, pitching or doing a presentation is an art. It means that each one of you should have your own style. I'm not here to tell you if you should be shouting or dancing or going around, but I would like to share with you a few of the things that sometimes we underestimate, and there are tools that you should be aware of to use as better fits with your personality. A big mistake is trying to just copy a different model. Pitching, you need to be confident. You need to feel it yourself. So I just want to share with you what are the tools that we all have, and it's up to you to decide how to use them. Before that, I like this example and I forgot about it. What if I tell you that I'm a photographer? Okay? So when you go in the highway, in Sheikh Road or here as well, and you see this iPhone 7 big screen advertisement, what do you see? You see one picture. And with one image, they want to prove you that their camera is the best. Right? Maximum, there are 3 per campaign. They don't do more. Because to prove that something is really good, you just need a good example. But imagine if they start putting the top 10. You see the same ad, but instead of having one amazing picture, you are looking at 10. Start looking at the focus. Maybe not all of them will be so powerful for you, but they're still fine. If you are given a link to go through 100 pictures, forget about it. You only will say, the camera is nice, everyone can take it, everyone can take a picture, but it's not the best. It happens with our pitch. If we are not able to select the right message, they will say, yes, she has tried or he has tried. There are thousands of things that they can do, but they cannot master any. And because they cannot master any, I'm not going to give my money. I don't want to be there. So make sure that you are a good photographer and you show your best picture. It's so good that nobody needs to see any other one. So you have your pitch. What are we going to do? You have your voice. You like it or not, I hate it when I have to hear mine that is record. It's one of the worst things. But it's very good for you to understand how's your pronunciation. It's very good for you to know the quality. How is the sound? If you need to play a little bit with your accent. Depending on the place, depending on the audience, you might need to take it slower. You can feel confident and talk faster. But you will never realize it if you don't record yourself. Take advantage that their technology is very easy, people is around. Take someone to videotape you, or just put it somewhere, talking to somebody else. Don't do it in front of the mirror. It doesn't work. When you're talking alone in front of the mirror, you change everything. Trust me. So you will go, you have a coffee, allow yourself to record it, and then listen to that. Get a way in which you feel comfortable, and just repeat it and repeat it again. The second is your expression. It tells more than we can imagine. And if you are not aware of this, you might believe that you're saying something very happy, and your face is just showing how scary you are, and that doesn't go anywhere. Or maybe you are just frustrated because of the reaction that you see in the public, or because the person that you are talking with is using the phone. And if you're not aware and able to control those things, first, you will send the wrong message, and second, you can create discomfort on the other people. So body language is there, the palm of your hands, moving around without exaggerating, helps you to build confidence, facial expression, and gestures. For this one, here that we're in the UAE, this is a cultural pot. So you need to be very careful. There are some expressions and gestures that not all the different cultures will accept in the same way. And last but not least is your presence. It's up to you if you want to show it as a boring guy or if you want to show all your power. It's not how you look like, it's how you project. So you need to have confidence, the right level of energy, and credibility. Play with this. You can take it out, up, you can take it down, or you can balance it. The person that you are talking with will also give you the feedback of how much are you pushing, how much are you on track, and how much you are not. Use it. We have energy, but if you don't believe in that, sorry, you are done. So those are my tips for you to rock the stage. Hope them to be useful. If you have any comment, let me know, and if not, I believe we're gonna get ready for a break.
For the participant presentation. So at least give you time to prepare. Good luck. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. I'm lost. Hi. Multitasking. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have please everyone back to their seat because the Duke is on the way, so we're going to start all the presentation in a bit. Can we just please have everyone back on their seat? Twice. Can we please have everyone back to their seats as we're going to start in a minute? The Duke is on the way, so we're going to be ready to give the presentation any minute. Thank you. I can say 5 times. No problem. He doesn't want to see anyone standing. What is his voice? I don't know from where. It doesn't stop now, it's every minute. Doesn't really stop. See? Your Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back. So now we're going to move to the very exciting part of today. After all this amazing session, we are ready to see our participant pitch on stage and rock the stage, as Maria said. So let's start with the first. We'll go with refillability, Khadija Al-Jabri.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khadija Al-Jabri, and I'm the co-founder of Refability.com. I'd like to start my pitch with a simple question. How many hours do you spend a day searching and applying for jobs? If your answer was none, you are among the 70% of the workforce that is called passive talent, highly specialized candidates who employers struggle to engage with as they don't react to conventional recruitment methods. Does that mean you wouldn't consider a good opportunity if it was brought to you? Probably not. And that's the problem of recruitment. Employers push their advertisements instead of pulling candidates into the process. Now imagine finding a job would be as easy as clicking a button in an email. This is what Refability does. We create a win-win situation. Employers post jobs and specify how much they're willing to pay for hiring the right person. The next step is that we create customized campaigns and offer the reward to the public. Everyone is eligible to refer friends, families, colleagues, even the person sitting right next to you. They can earn the reward by referring you, and all you have to do as a potential candidate is verify an email that you received after being referred for a role. Since we started operating on our current model in spring this year, we filled more than 10 positions successfully, mostly mid and senior management, and more than 25 positions that are currently in the pipeline. We have managed to secure over 18 repeat clients who keep coming back to us for more business. We have started tapping into markets outside of the UAE, such as KSA. We address a gap that employers around the world are struggling with. As we are a digital and social media platform to incentivize public referrers, we can tap into nearly every industry and market, from cosmetic dentists to COOs of wind platforms to children's psychologists. Our competitive edge lies in the fact that we are truly public. As we're in the traction phase of our journey, our ask of you today is very simple. If you, the audience, know of any investor who is tech savvy and recognizes innovation and disruption when it's presented to them, then please introduce us to them. We are looking for funding of up to $500,000 to further scale our local operations in the UAE before entering more markets in the region. And it would require us to connect with individuals who can help us glue the horn on our unicorn. Thank you very much. Any questions? Any questions? Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Do you want me to explain the numbers for you? Maybe that would be better. Can I get a? Yeah. Sorry. I think I'll walk over here. So we've had a total of 50 jobs that have been posted that have come from over 18 clients, right? Out of those 50, 10 have been filled so far, and 25 are in the pipeline currently. That we're looking at actively filling them. So our number of registered referrals in our system are 800. And the number of referrals that have actually been done, that have gone to the client, that have gone to the employer, is 250 profiles or 250 CVs. Because we filter them before we have an algorithm in our system that actually filters out the most relevant and the most appropriate candidate. I don't know if that answers your question, yeah?
No, it does, but I think perhaps you also could take the opportunity to ask the people that are there to refer those that they know that are looking for jobs, because if you can get these numbers up, that would actually give you a better business proposition.
Of course, yeah. Yes, we'll definitely do that.
That's 100% better than yesterday.
Yeah.
I now understand exactly what you do.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
It's communications exercise.
It is.
Well
Thank
done.
you very much.
And sorry, just one more thing. You still had 30 seconds left.
Yes, I know.
So well done. Again, you've addressed all of the issues that I had yesterday. This slide is so much better. Well, the slide actually exists, whereas I don't think it existed yesterday. And you've addressed what makes you different. I think that what's still missing from what makes you different is the filtering. So you've really explained this time the difference of crowdsourcing and all of this. But what's missing is what Amanda was asking you about the filtering. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm still asking, I'm doing the maths, and I'm wondering what happened to the 15 jobs that are not in the pipeline and haven't been filled. So the filtering is quite important. And you can use the 30 seconds to actually use that filtering. But really well done. I mean, you should really be proud of yourselves. That's such an improvement from yesterday. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you so much, Khadija. And now we're going to move to Snackat Cafe Mohammed Al-Shahi. Okay, we'll move to the next one now. Khamis Al-Shiryani, Rafiq.
Hello, everyone. My name is Khamis Al-Shiryani, founder of Rafiq Hub. We all know the home improvement, hiring home improvement contractor is a nightmare and time-consuming. Let's assume you're looking to hire a contractor. How are you going to do it? There are 3 ways. One is to use an online local directory, which may lead you to hire unlicensed labor or companies and put your home at a high risk. Or you drive to the industrial area, traffic and all, take up a big chunk of your day, and you end up hiring unqualified contractor. There are more than 6,000 contractors in Abu Dhabi alone. The third option is to ask your friend to send a list of companies he dealt with and trust. The majority choose to go with option 3. Why? Because it's trusted for them. It got 1 positive review. At Rafiq, we believe this is not enough. Rafiq is your trusted companion to hire a home improvement contractor. So as a consumer, what you need to do is to submit a job request through the app in order to receive offers from different trusted contractors. And you can compare and evaluate these offers based on different factors, such as price, customer reviews, and work portfolio. And also, you would be able to communicate with the contractor using Rafiq Chat, which is similar technology to WhatsApp, allowing you to send and receive live message, photo, video, and voice note. All these features to enable our users to choose the best offer suits their budget and needs. On the other hand, we work hand to hand with our contractors. We provide free consultation, free training to enable them to grow and enhance their operations. Because we believe our contractors are our partners and our success depends on them. So what makes us different from the competitors? We have a unique operational model allowing our users to get the best price in the market with quality insurance. So how Rafiq is doing so far, we have more than 40,000 40,000 satisfied homeowners, 600 qualified contractor, with 5,000 technicians under their employment. Our gross sales is 15 million, and we take 10% commission out of this. So our ask is to be connected with MDAD senior management, and that's it. Thank you. My eyes were there.
Any feedback or question now, or you want to keep
much
it?
better. Yeah, much better.
Thank you. Couple of questions. One, the first one, how are you going to ensure the quality of your subcontractors, of your contractors? Do you have any kind of quality assurance program? And second, how do you differentiate yourself maybe from Mr. Yusta, which is one of the current providers in this space?
Yes. So for the quality insurance, we use a different methodology to do so. One is the contractor should provide a guarantee. So they have an amount to be deposited based on their services. So like for if it's plumbing, handyman, then they need to put 2,000 as a guarantee in our account. In case anything bad happen, we can use this amount. And the other thing, we do the background and license check. So we make sure we are contracting with the best, or at least with the minimum market standard. The third option, the third thing, we actually secure 1% of our commission as insurance pool. So in case anything happen, we can use this to cover. And how we differentiate ourselves from Mr. Osta? Mr. Osta is like they have a fixed prices, but us is like an open marketplace. So it's like for the commercial, when you do a tendering, so you get offers from certain supplier, the invited supplier, and then you are able to do the financial and the technical evaluation on this. We reflect this to make it, we simplify it, so our user can do the same. So they send a job request, it's like just opening a tendering, then they receive offer. Based on the offers received, they're gonna check for the financial evaluation, they're gonna check the pricing. And for the technical, they can check the work portfolio and the customer reviews. And one more thing, like for the mid to large projects that exceed 5,000 dirham, we offer a free project management service. So we hired a dedicated project manager to look after you and your project. Yeah, thank you.
So well done. Again, a huge improvement from yesterday. It feels like it wasn't yesterday, but last month, how much you've improved it. The slide has kept its simplicity, which is great, but you've also managed to improve it somehow with a strap line on the top and the contact details.
Yes.
So really well done. You've changed your pitch. And I now completely understand what you do, and you took me on the journey. It was really well done.
Thank you.
I think, and again, you've refined the ask, which makes it really easily actionable.
Yes.
I think one thing only is missing. The fact that you're training your staff is a huge differentiator. And if you recall yesterday, we had Rakesh, the first speaker,
yes,
who was talking about his the way he trains his delivery van, and even made the joke about the deodorant and things like that.
Yeah.
That is also something that is really important to focus on. And I know you were just on time, but maybe spend less time on the Rafiq chat, because the Rafiq chat is important to you. But what is important to your customers? Is it the Rafiq chat, or the person that's coming into their house has been trained, and all of this? So really
Great.
well done.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Khamis. And now we're going to move to Adnan Abdullah from Itqan. Adnan Abdullah. Okay. We'll move to the next, Aisha Al-Musfari from TICO.
Good afternoon, everybody. So as a teacher, I normally use the internet to look for teaching resources like lesson plans, worksheets, videos, and stories. However, there are millions of resources out there, but I will be very lucky if I could find one or two resources that I can use that is related to the curriculum of the UAE or even culturally customized or culturally appropriate for me to use it in my classroom. When I discussed this problem with my friends, I found that this is a shared pain. That's why my friend and I came up with the idea of TICO. At TICO, we create interactive educational technology and teaching resources like lesson plans, videos, stories, and we are planning to create even applications so we can enrich our education system, the local education system, with culturally customized resources that are not available in other websites or not provided by other educational websites providers. Right now, we are targeting approximately 24,000 teachers who are working at government schools and all home schooling parents. But with your support, we will be able to grow globally to help the countries of the GCC and also to help other countries in the world. Our competitors are mainly educational websites, and I hope that I think many of you heard about Twinkle and Teachers Pay Teachers. But what makes us better or what makes us special more than them, as I said earlier, that we care about the cultural context of our resources. And the second thing is that we have the feature of online request. So if anything happened and any changes happened in the curriculum or the Ministry of Education decided to change the curriculum, there is no, teachers can ask for resources and we will reply within 24 hours. Our profits come mainly from using ready-made resources that is available in our websites or upon teachers' request. Our funding expectation is a budget of 600,000 dirham, which we will use to move from online requests to hard copies and delivery service and to have hands-on resources. Also to increase the number of our our team so we can help all teachers around the world. Our request is to be able to reach people from the Ministry of Education or Abu Dhabi Education Council, so we get to increase our networking and marketing. Also, I really believe that other countries in the GCC have the same idea, have the same problem as we do, that they don't have cultural context resources. So this is a great opportunity for our company to grow globally and to help other countries as well. Thank you so much. Any questions? Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha. And now we're going to move to Hasna Ahmed for Doctors AE.
Hello, everyone. Please give me some reaction because I take my energy from people. So, good afternoon, everyone. As you know, my name is Hasna Ahmed, founder of Doctors AE. I have a platform where I link healthcare providers to patients. I work under the Health Tech program under Hub 71. I work closely with Department of Health of Abu Dhabi. Before I start, I'd like to draw your attention to a very interesting fact. So, there is 1.7 million Americans had served in Iraq and Afghanistan. 43% of them have children, and majority of those poor Americans experience depression, PTSD, anxiety. I want you to imagine the impact that these symptoms influence their families. And enough about Americans, let's talk about us, Emiratis. So I want to ask you, are we familiar with PTSD and how this impacts us? Picture this with me, okay? An Emirati man, mid-age, serving in conflict zones, rotation job, coming back from this dramatic experience with all this strategy and coming back home. His wife is celebrating him coming back home in a 5-star hotel with a hot tub and everything arranged to him. And he's not happy. Do you think this is normal? Have you heard this story in different scenarios from different people around you? So this is what we are trying to achieve here. We want to raise awareness about PTSD and other sorts of mental health issues. We designed a solution and we named it as HOPE. So HOPE basically is an online solution where patients can chat, call, video call for mental health services. Our partner in the region is Sunset, a local IT company awarded by IBM Watson for, and got the IP for video analytical solution where they can trigger the voice and the repetitive of any words. Now we have the technology and this is our strength, but I'm not the right person to set the KPIs for this. So basically my ask is to connect, to get exposure to the Royal Foundation, Oxford Mindful Research, and I would like to know what sorts of questionnaire Heads Together has done to accomplish that achievement. And I want to be connected to the Imperial College London Mental Health Innovation Department. And yeah.
Any feedback?
Yes. Is there any mental health counselling generally in the UAE? Who does it?
Like medical centers. It's not under one entity, because in the UAE we have different 3 umbrellas. We have Ministry of Health, Department of Health, DHA. So each state work independently. And we don't have like one federal mental health or crisis line.
So what you're saying is that there's a problem here in the fact that there is no coordinating centre for mental health issues, regardless of whether it's combat related or not. Well, that's what you are.
Yeah.
So if you can think that that's what you are, which is that you can coordinate across 3 different departments in order to provide mental health consultations for people, you're the place to go if anybody's got a mental health issue.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you should be thinking. We can put you in touch with all the people in the world, but your reason for doing this is because there's a problem. Nobody knows where to go to. Put your hand up. You're the person, or you're the organisation, or you're the hope, is where anybody who has a mental health issue in the UAE should be going to. That's what you should be saying.
But thanks, sir. I mean, I still don't quite get what it is you're going to be doing. Is it that you're offering the consultation, or are you using the technology? You talked about your partner.
Yeah.
So, I think.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, sorry.
No, please.
So I just was trying to explain that connecting healthcare providers to patients is simple for me. I've done it before. So, and I have the technology part. Now I'm looking for the proper strategy. I don't want to start from zero. I know you guys have done something there, and I want to exchange that experience. What is the right strategy? What sorts of questions we need to ask? I'm sure that the basic stress questionnaire is not the thing that people are working on in that region. I'm sure that they are up to something, and I'd like to get that exposure.
So it's bringing it all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot clearer, much better. Well done.
So I would agree, it's much better than it was yesterday. There's still a lot of work to be done, though. And I mean, everybody's been very positive, and I'm really sorry, I'm going to be a bit harsh. I don't understand the obsession with the post-conflict and why you have a 3-minute pitch and why 1 minute and 30 seconds of your pitch is to describe PTSD. And I'm not expecting an answer. You've got 5 different areas that you're covering. Post-conflict is only one of them. You don't want me to walk away and remember you, oh, she's the one who's dealing with PTSD. Because you're not just dealing with PTSD, you're dealing with all of those things. We got it. I mean, the way you framed it at the beginning was enough. It was much better. Actually, I started writing much better framing of the question. And then you went on and on about PTSD, and I think it was too much. And you wasted 1 minute and 30 seconds where you could have actually explained more. You went into HOPE only 2 minutes in, and then you had to rush and explain what HOPE was, the existing platform, and you didn't explain what HOPE would do for me. I would recommend you look up a startup, well, they're quite big, they're now in the UK and in the US, called IESO, I-E-S-O, and they do exactly what you want to do, the mental health counseling across everything that is needed, and they're quite big. So I would really recommend you look at them, look at what they do, and maybe see if there's a pitch that you can inspire yourself. And much better ask. So what I would say, reduce the time you frame the problem from 2 minutes to maybe 30 seconds or 45 seconds, and explain what is it you do better. And good luck, really well done on the improvement.
Thank you. I want to ask you one, this is my ask for today. For tomorrow, it's going to be more than this. Is that okay?
My recommendation is quite aligned with her recommendation, and is you did a very good job explaining the context, but it took almost 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Reduce the time. Also take the time to explain a little bit better the solution or the business model that you have behind. Still, in my case, I'm not very clear of exactly what is the service that you provide and how you provide it. No? So perhaps if you can spend more time on explaining your business model, your value proposition, will be better, and less time on the context.
Can I ask you one question? You said that I spend more time in explaining PTSD, and you don't want to like be known as the PTSD lady. And the thing is, after I finished my pitch yesterday, I have lots of questions about PTSD. And you mentioned before that I need to use all the opportunities coming to me. And one of the main things that I want to highlight in my region, the impact of PTSD. And on Wednesday, the crowd will be much bigger. So
do you really want to do it at the expense of people who are suffering from postpartum, or from the video games addiction, or from the other addictions that are quite wide? So if you're just focused on the PTSD, you're going to build a platform that is not going to be open to other people who need your help. And that's fine.
Yeah.
If this is what you want, this is it. But then you should remove the other icons. Just food for thought.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Move this one to, yeah.
And
yeah.
It is a big issue.
Yeah. Thank you.
And now we're going to move to Jalisco. Aisha Hassan. Aisha Hassan.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Aisha. I'm going to present Halixo. I've done some updates on the sheet, but I don't know why it's not updated yet. So Halixo program is a program that we came out with after facing a situation that some customers are facing. It's a target of customers that are looking for a better lifestyle or a healthy lifestyle. So I am one of those customers that I'm facing this issue. I'm not finding the right company that would provide me a healthy meal but delicious in the same moment. So we've done this research, looking that those restaurants are able to provide more than 1,500 meals a day, contacting 300 customers and delivering to 300 different customers a day. So why can't they improve the process of preparing those meals? It turned out that those companies are busy in operational activities, such as preparing the schedule of the meals, sharing it with the kitchen, delivering to the customer, not taking the concern of variety of needs of the customers. They have one goal, healthy or diet meals. They're not surveying customers, they're not improving the meals. So we came out with this program, Khalifa program, that helps the company, rather than employing 3 to 4 employees working 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, spending more than 8 hours a day preparing those schedules, contacting 300 customers a day, sharing those sheets, which are prepared manually with the kitchen, with the delivery company, and with the customers. So we're saving this time by creating this program and preparing it, rather than doing it operational activity, into a systematic-based activity. And this is saving more than 60% of the costs of the company, saving time, allowing this company to provide more and do much more in the development sector. So we have one client which is satisfied with our service and seeking more to reach more of those companies. Some of the other issues they're facing in preparing those manual sheets, it's causing food wastage, errors, and not putting in concern the allergies of customers. So this program will decrease, as I mentioned, 60% free error, and it can offer the companies much more than what they're providing. Yeah, and my ask, as I mentioned, I would like to have connections in global restaurants which are providing those healthy meals, and $150,000, as I mentioned yesterday, that would help me move into a global scale. Thank you. Any question?
So much better than yesterday, and I now get it that you're B2B, which I didn't get yesterday. So
Yeah.
well done. It's much clearer now.
And we'll try and find your new slide. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Now we're going to move to Abdullah Zar'oni, the helper.
Hello, everybody. I would like you to imagine this scenario. A friend or a close relative of yours named Ahmed has just been playing football recently, and he has been good at playing football. And he was practicing, and he fell so hard on the ground in the football field that he injured his knee, and that he strained his hand. The doctor takes him. The doctor gives him an additional cast and postpones his surgery for about a month due to the surgical preparation and the limitations that the doctor has. Now, let me introduce myself and my company. My company's purpose is to use 3D printing solutions to revolutionize the healthcare sector by providing three products. Biomodels that convert a CT scan to a physical model, like this knee joint, which coincidentally is the most common injury that can happen with Emiratis. And biomodels can help patients and doctors easily understand the condition, especially surgeons who are performing a knee joint surgery. And this helps doctors reduce surgery time and complexity, which in turn generates positive patient outcomes. It is biodegradable and recyclable, and it is disposable. We also provide medical aids that 3D scan, for example, a broken limb, and it perfectly fits the patient. Now, what's really amazing about our medical aid is that it's, as you can see, it's see-through. It does not hamper daily activity. It helps patients recover faster, and it's personalized to their needs. Now, the market for biomodels and the 3D printing solutions industry is about $5.5 million US, and it is projected to be that by 2024. A revenue model is subscription-based for surgeons and doctors, for biomodels, and as the medical aids are very crucial, they are produced on demand. Our ask is this. To His Royal Highness, I asked for 500,000 dirhams for investment and connections with strategic partners and medical associations. And thank you.
Okay, so, sorry, the question is, in your ask, there's no point in asking me for that because I haven't got it. But I understand what you mean. Who do you think your strategic partners are?
There are not many of them. For example, the Ministry of Health, insurance providers who can carry some of the cost, and I definitely say I've kept prosthetics for last, but prosthetics are very open sourced, and one of the strategic partners that I would like to acquire is Open Bionics, because they are the first to have made prosthetics that is certified clinically, and because our technology's infrastructure with biomodels and medical aids have been perfected to create prosthetics, but not to be clinically approved, because we want to sell this directly to doctors and make it verifiable to them, because it's a very skeptical technology.
When you say strategic partners, just say insurance companies or Open Biomedics, if you see what I mean, because then people know, because if somebody in the audience knows them better than I do, they can do that for you. Medical associations, what are they going to do for you?
Because 10% of doctors worldwide know the 3D printing solutions for healthcare industry. The medical associations could help advertise and help spread the use of anatomical biomodels, for example, because doctors are skeptical. Because the technology is so new, it needs to be introduced by a professional. Because within our closed net of doctors, 100% of them are fully satisfied with what the anatomical biomodels helps with surgical preparation. So it's a matter of a word of a doctor counts more than what I say.
Okay, but hang on a sec. This is a question of ignorance. You do not put biomodels into somebody.
No.
No. They're purely to show the doctor what's wrong.
Yes.
And then what do you do? Do you then make the prosthetic or the new knee? Do you make the knee for him?
No, we have not reached such a level yet. The thing is, the biomodels act as surgical preparation because doctors, when they diagnose a severely broken knee and they know they have to operate on it, they usually use a CT scan to visualize the ailment, and they take time to prepare. According to my research, it takes about 25 hours for a doctor to prepare for a surgery, and this is along with other patients. So visualizing the ailment
much easier.
Yes, much easier.
How many other people are doing what you're doing in the UAE?
None. I would say.
Say so.
Huh?
Say so. You're the only one. Do you know what I mean? Because nobody else is doing this. You're providing a service that nobody else can provide.
Yeah.
Just a couple of things. When I was talking to you earlier, I mean, the medical aid, the white thing, that's instead of having a plaster, isn't it? So
Yeah.
if you've broken your arm or your leg or whatever, I think you could have made that point more clearly, because I knew it because you told me.
Yes.
But I think that's just hugely brilliant, and so much more flexible that you can have a shower or whatever. And I wonder why you didn't really get on to talking about the prosthetics, because at the beginning you talked about the accident, and it would have been good to use some of that time to talk about the prosthetics.
In the yesterday's pitch, there were 3 different products, and initially the reception was confusion.
So then maybe take it off. I mean, I think slides much better, but I just kept waiting for you to go on to it today.
So the suggestion is to possibly eliminate
Shorten the bit at the beginning.
A minute on biomod, 50 seconds on biomod, 50 seconds on medical aids, 50 seconds on prosthetics, and then whatever is left for the question for the ask. That's simple, if you can.
All right then.
It's much more clear to what you're doing. Just remember, you're the only one that's doing this.
Yes.
And that's a serious advantage over everybody else.
And the slide's really clear now.
Thank you.
So much clearer slide, much clearer everything, and you've gained so much in confidence between yesterday and today, and hopefully for tomorrow you'll also gain in even more confidence. So well done.
Thank you.
You took 50 seconds to talk to us about Ahmed.
Yes.
And then you dumped Ahmed, and we don't know what happened to Ahmed. So maybe, well, I'm still wondering what's happening to Ahmed, and what's the connection between Ahmed and what you're doing. What is it that you do? So I just think you've missed to link Ahmed's story with your story.
Yes.
And basically how you could link the biomodels and the medical aids to Ahmed's story. So you say, so maybe shorten the story of Ahmed from 50 seconds to 30 seconds and say, it's going to take a surgeon, exactly what you explained to His Royal Highness, it's going to take a surgeon, 25 hours to prepare for Ahmed's surgery on his knee. And Ahmed is only one of many that need the surgery. If the doctor was to use our biomodels, he would be able to print a 3D replica that would accelerate those 25 hours into an hour or 2 hours, enabling him to operate on Ahmed and others, etc., etc., etc.
Yes.
And poor Ahmed cannot shower, cannot be mobile, cannot do anything. However, with our medical aids, this is what Ahmed could be doing. And then, if you want, you can talk about the prosthetics and move on to your ask.
Yes.
But leaving us wondering what happened to Ahmed and if he got his surgery, and not why are you talking about Ahmed, and what is the connection with what you're doing. But honestly, a huge improvement on yesterday, and keep going. Well done.
Yes. I would like to understand the Prince Andrew's point. What is with the ask? Should it be removed or?
No. There's no point in asking me for 500,000 dirhams because I haven't got it.
So
just if the audience needs to, you're looking for an investor to give for 500,000.
So I ask.
You're asking. So I'm looking for investment of up to 500,000 dirhams. I'm looking for connections to the strategic partners in insurance and in what was the other one?
Insurance and medical associations.
Yeah. Well, all right, but who were the other? You said there was another strategic partner other than insurance. Somebody else. I can't remember who it was. Anyway.
And Open Bionics.
Health providers, and medical associations, because their knowledge of we need to be in their. They need to know that we can do this, but at the moment they don't. Do you see what I mean? It's the medical associations need to know about you so that they can tell doctors, they're their doctors, of your capability. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
So you need to think of a clever, better way of saying.
would it help if you named the people that you'd like to reach as well? I think it might.
So I guess on the ask, no one is challenging that you need your $500,000, but what we're saying is you should open it up to all of the investors. Say if you know of an investor who can invest $500,000 rather than putting pressure on one person, okay? So that's the first question,
Yes.
point. Second point is strategic partners is too vague, and you need to say we're looking for connections with medical insurance companies such as, and name one or two, okay? Don't waste any time asking for an introduction for Open Bionics. You can go onto the app and connect with them, and you can also drop an email to the team and they'll make an introduction. So don't waste time on that. It will happen anyways.
Yes.
I believe that in what all the comments have is a point in which the customer is not the same as the user. And what happened with Ahmed is that the benefit is in the end user, and you lost what is the impact in the life of the end user when your customer is the doctor. So you want to reach to the medical association because you want the doctors to be aware. You want this to be part of the doctor's life. So take a look. I'm not sure if your example is Ahmed or if the example is how the doctor can change the experience of Ahmed and any other client, any other patient, because of having these tools. So rephrase and think about food for thought. I'm not telling you what you should or not, but as an advice, who is your real customer and where is the impact going to be measured?
Ahmed is supposed to technically represent the average Emirati, so...
Yes, but your customer is the doctor. You want to reach the doctor. You want this to be in every doctor place so you can provide a better life to Ahmed.
Yeah.
So try to work a little bit on the pitch, and we'll help you also with the ask.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Abdullah. Now we're going to move to Aryam. We're going to move to Aryam al-Ma'mari for Aryam.
Hello again, everyone. I'm Maryam Ahmed, mechanical engineering student from Khalifa University. The story started when I saw a fainted worker on the street, and unfortunately, I couldn't help. As engineer, our responsibility is to find solutions for existing problems in order to help our society. So based on the Ministry of Labor, there is more than 1 million people working under this extreme weather of the UAE, which is in a percentage of 32.6 of all the sector working areas. And based on the Health Authority of Abu Dhabi, the cases can reach more than 3,000 cases of the heat-related illness cases. So the solution we want to come up with, as we can't stand staying outside for 10 to 15 minutes, what about the workers who have to stay under these extreme weathers? We came up with this special material, and we designed it in order to absorb the heat coming from the sun, and we're gonna implement it through the cooling spots of the body based on our research and the blood pressure of the body, and it will be inserted inside a pocket inside the cooling suits. In addition to a smart system, which will be responsible to check the weather temperature, the body temperature, and emergency system. One will be automatic, so in case of any emergency that the body temperature raises up to 38 degrees, it will be sent a message to the head of the worker. Also an automatic button, just in case any of emergency, he can send a signal to the worker. On the benchmarking, we differ from all other sectors since we are not using any electricity. It's 100% safe and it's low cost effectively. Also, it's lightweight. The product is patently paid, it's pending, and we're in talk with Tadweer. We're currently on the final stage. We have done all the pilot testing, and what we're looking for currently, and we're asking to find a global market suppliers, such as in China, to provide us with a cooling suit and manufacture it in a larger scale, in order to meet with the CEO of the Ministry of Labor of Abu Dhabi in order to provide all this product to all whom in need to this design. And thank you. I'm looking for suppliers and global manufacturers such as from China to help us provide and manufacture this suit in large scale. Yeah.
That was much better because
Thank you.
almost used all the time.
Thank you.
And I like what you did on the slide.
Thank you.
I still think you should get someone to wear the suit.
You haven't got it.
You haven't? Yeah, I thought you said yesterday you had a version of it.
Huh?
Do you have a suit?
Yes. I'll surprise you tomorrow on Wednesday.
Oh, great, great, great.
One question: what is the cost of the average cost of this technology of the suit?
This one?
Yes.
We're deciding to provide it in large scales. So depending on the number of the laborers, they can take but we can't sell one.
No, of course.
suit.
But have you estimated what will be the cost per suit?
Per suit,
Yes.
it's around 30 to 40 dirhams.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like cool packs that you need to put on the fridge after,
No,
or how
no,
do
no.
you cool them?
It works we chose this material specifically and designed it for 4 hours, which is the peak time. So
Okay.
it's gonna last for 4 hours. After 4 hours, it's similar to a wax, so you can just place it in any room temperature, and it's gonna be back to normal. It's not like the ice blue or nothing that takes time or it's easy to.
So you don't
get
need the
rid-
fridge.
No, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. It's very easy to use, easy to handle, and reusable.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
This is a technically question rather than anything about your pitch, which is excellent.
Thank you.
Why the positions on the body? What's so significant about those positions on the body for this cooling?
Okay, this places is the blood pressure is high. So at this, if you're gonna cool this spot, it will be easier to cool the whole body. So in the neck, the head.
Got it.
Yeah. So to make it lighter for the weight, we're not gonna distribute the material all over the body. So to
Just on the critical
Yes.
paths.
These parts will be enough to maintain the body temperature of the worker.
And it doesn't diminish the dexterity of the workforce.
No.
Right.
No.
And collar, it's got 2 L's.
Thank you.
And an A. So the question that I have is the patent pending on the material or on the suit itself?
When we requested for both, it's still pending with Khalifa University. So it's either they give us the full suit or only the material itself.
Okay, I'm not an expert in IP. I would be careful about how much you can disclose in your pitch, not to endanger your patent.
Yeah, sure.
And I would also check with Khalifa University if showing the suit might actually endanger the IP. So I would definitely
But
do
the
that
secret
check.
is in the sauce of the material, so no one can get the...
But I would really check it.
Yes,
okay?
sure. Thank you.
Much better than yesterday, and well done on using the whole
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
If you do check and the intellectual property is, then you can say so. I can't show it to you because the intellectual property is, is pending, and so we can't show it to you. I would have the suit with me, but I don't because.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Aryam. Now we move to our last pitch for today, which is Taqwiya by Nasr al-Hosani.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nasr al-Hosani, and I'm the founder and CEO of Taqwiya. At Taqwiya, we are a diverse team of experts and we are revolutionizing the private tutoring industry. As we all know, high school students work extremely hard to reserve a seat in their favorite university or to obtain that scholarship that they've always wanted. But a lot of times, they find themselves stuck at a particular section in their studies, which require an extra help from a tutor. So, when they start looking for a tutor, they get taken aback by the current difficulties in the process of finding and booking a tutoring session, leaving them with no help at the last minute, the night before the exam, which is extremely stressful as there's a lot on the line. So, that's why a lot of tutors like to abuse these situations and charge absurd rates. So, this is where Taqwiya was born. Taqwiya is the best tutoring solution for all high school and university students. I'm proud to demonstrate how easy and quick it is to find an online tutor using our platform. Using only messaging applications such as WhatsApp, Telegram, or Facebook Messenger, a student will be able to find and start a live tutoring session immediately using AI-driven chatbots. Simply open the app, select the subject, and write down your question or take a picture of your material and select your tutor. You'll be then directed to an online whiteboard in which you'll be able to communicate with a teacher live using an audio and video feed. That way, students will be able to receive the best help immediately without any stress nor hassle. The team behind Taqwiya is we have a diverse. The team behind Taqwiya is. Right. So we have grabbed the interest of over 4,000 tutors and students who are currently cannot wait to use this solution, and we have started generating revenue from our beta testing. Behind this solution is our team of technical and legal advisors with over 30 years of experience, making sure that we are scalable, protected, and within the law. The vision of this team is to be the leading tutoring platform in the Arab world, starting in the UAE, then expanding to the JCC, and then to other countries. By 2020, we project to have 80,000 users and over 10 million dirhams in profits. We are going to change the way people find online tutors. We have a team, there is a solution, there is a pain, and we have traction. So, if you'd like to take part in this online revolution to help the upcoming generations, we urge you to invest with Taqwiya. And our ask is $250,000 from a strategic technology investor. Thank you.
At which stage are you right now? Do you have the MVP already?
Yeah, we have launched last month. We're doing beta testing right now, and we are generating revenue. We have over 4,000 pre-registered tutors, but we are slowly onboarding tutors and students so that we get to control everything before we fully.
And one of the key things I believe on the tutoring world is you need to make sure that the tutor that is in your platform is qualified enough, right? So do you have any kind of mechanism or test or something that you're planning to apply?
Good question. So when tutors apply to our platform, they fill out a form and they select the subject that they teach. After that, we give special quizzes for each and every subject. And when they pass that, we do an interview and we train them how to use our online system. Also, if they pass all of that and they still end up being a bad tutor, after every session, the students will be able to review the teacher, and if they review them less than 3 stars, and it gets flagged 3 times, we take them off our platform and we refund the students. Also, the slides are is very outdated. I'm going to send a new one. There's nothing in it.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think you had a video embedded in the slide. We'll have to sort that out.
Sure.
I think if, you know, it was interesting what you were saying over there about having 4,000 tutors on the platform. I think to understand it, it would be good to, you know that through your pitch, and also talk about how many students have pre-registered, because I'm sure it's a big market here.
Yeah, it's 4,000 tutors and students.
Together. Yeah. And how many have, you know, purchased tutoring through the platform?
About 300 students using our platform.
And they're paying?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mention the business model. We take 20% off the total session.
So I think that would be really important to understand that. And
simplicity, but that's your business logo is too large. It needs to be small in the corner. Put the statistics up and have a page of your chatbot rather than a video, because that's distracting for the audience more than we've seen this before. But the audience then just, oh, what's going on over there, rather than looking at you, and they need to look at you because you're the one they're engaging with, not the slide behind you. So think about reducing the size of what you are, some of the statistics of what you've achieved and what you want to achieve, and then actually put in what it is that your ask is, because actually if you forget it, then everybody's actually seeing it.
Thank you so much, Nasser. I would like to thank all our participants for their amazing work, and good luck on Wednesday. Now we're going to have final remark and pitch recommendation by Maria from SIA Partners.
That request that could be actioned by anyone listening to you. And when you put it clearly on your slide, it might even reach someone that is not listening to you. So don't underestimate the focus of the ask and how to put it. And second, do not forget to provide a sense of how does it work. Most of the questions were about a little bit of your business model or what will be the experience of the user. If the judges cannot understand how does it work, they will not support you to develop it. Thank you very much. Wish you all the best, and hope to see you on Wednesday.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. Good luck for the participant on Wednesday. Have a good day.